Chapter 130. The historical city of Definder, as the capital of the small country Donglan, was famous throughout the world. However, to visitors who visited it for the first time, it was inevitable that they would be disappointed. This city wasn't as majestic as the capital of other large countries. On the contrary, it was extremely dilapidated. Even to this day, there were still many abandoned buildings in the city. Ancient buildings were indeed worth researching and artistic value, but ancient ruins didn't have much sense of beauty. Even though it had the most majestic city walls and fortifications in the entire northern lands, as the population was far lower than its historical peak, only a third of the city was still in use. The city was still empty and sparsely populated. The Mist bloodline had guarded the northern lands for the entire human world for thousands of years, and this war-torn city had always been their capital. This ancient city had been through countless battles, and in the records of history, it had been massacred by the foreign races thrice. Yet, the people of the Mist rose up again and again, seizing back their cities time and time again to rebuild their capital. In the long river of history, what hurt them the most wasn't the barbaric invasion of the foreign races, but the dagger in their back, which almost turned this impregnable historical city into ruins. A.D. 1520, after defending for 15 months, under the exhaustion of food and ammunition, the final capital of the Mist country, Definder, was breached by the allied armies of the human race. Prince Roland led all the defending troops and died in the city. In the history books, this was a simple record without any head or tail. But to the Mist people, it was the most unforgettable hatred. Back then, the Church of the God of Holy Lights, Pope Paul IX, gathered together 17 countries to form an allied army. While the Mist Kingdom's main army was fighting against the Beastmen in the north and the demons in the east, they viciously stabbed the Mist Kingdom in the back. After that, they massacred the entire city, directly turning Definder into a land of death. After that, the undead knight who went on a rampage for revenge, and the demon army that Prince Cavendish brought in, caused the fall of the 17 countries to become history. It caused the entire human world to suffer the most painful loss in history. The Church of Holy Light can't be trusted, and those damned human kingdoms and nobles even more so. This was the oath that the Mist people engraved in their bloodline after being betrayed for the past 300 years, and it was exactly what they did after that. 200 years ago, the self-proclaimed descendant of Roland, the founding monarch of the Donglan Principality, chased away the Beastmen occupying their homeland, bought back a portion of the land from the elves, and rebuilt the Mist country. In order to dispel the land of the dead and re-establish the capital in Definder's original location, Seal requested the Holy Church's assistance. Even though the Pope of that generation spent a great deal of effort to restore the land of the dead to the land of the living, the Mist citizens' attitude towards the Holy Church only improved slightly. Their attitude towards the Holy Church went from throwing stones at their backs to sneering at them to their faces. The Mist citizens only allowed the Holy Church to establish a branch here, and this was only because Prince Roland was a holy knight. Of course, with the Church of Holy Light as the main religion in the human world, the Mist country's unfriendliness towards other countries and the Holy Church naturally led to them being isolated in the human world once more. This was also one of the main reasons for their gradual decline. However, the stubborn Northlanders never regretted it, since they were already barbarians among the civilized people. So what if they were a little more vengeful and barbaric? Compared to the gods who sat high above the clouds, they believed more in the sharp swords in their hands and the protection of their ancestors. However, in the harsh reality of being surrounded by enemies and countless wars, the newly born Mist country seemed to have reached its end once more. However, there was one person who didn't think so. He intended to turn this desperate situation around with the new Mist bloodline. And today, it was destined to be recorded in history. At the first light of dawn, the citizens who were still in a deep sleep were awoken by the cheerful victory march. The sound of horse hooves from the palace all the way to the gates of the city swiftly woke up the ancient city. A red carpet was laid at the city gates. The royal guards of honor and musicians started to play music. The royal knights started to line up, and the guards on the city walls started to scatter rainbow-colored petals. This was the prelude to a triumphant return, and it was the most popular season for everyone. However, it was a pity that the most recent victory was a year ago, when both sides were heavily injured from the war with the Beastmen. The joyous news of victory was covered by the shadow of the king's death. Upon hearing this victory march, the citizens excitedly walked out of their homes. As they walked towards the city gates, they discussed among themselves. Triumphant return? There hasn't been any war recently. Could it be that the knights have gone out to hunt beasts? Are you dumb? Princess Renee's diplomatic mission this time around was so successful. The rewards she reaped from it are comparable to any other war. I see. Has Princess Renee returned? Looking at the time, it's about time. The Ottoman convoy had arrived earlier than the princess. A large number of resources had returned earlier than the princess. Joyous crowds filled both sides of the road. They were waiting for the princess to return, hoping to welcome and thank her as soon as possible. Amidst the creaking sounds of gears, when the heavy city gate was gradually opened, the first figure that entered stunned everyone. Princess? That can't be right. His face was extremely similar to the princess, but there were many obvious differences. Princess Renee wasn't this tall, and her face wasn't this mature. Most importantly, the old-fashioned ice armor was obviously a male style. This was a young man with a smile on his face. So familiar, but I can't remember. Statue? Statue of the twin stars. Yes, if His Highness Roland were to live to this age, he would probably look like this. How similar. That posture, that smile on his face, and that Roland sacred sword at his waist. Wait a minute, Roland sacred sword. In sculptures and paintings, this symbol of royalty was so eye-catching. There wasn't a single person in the Mist Kingdom who would forget the appearance of this sword. Furthermore, the faint silver glow on the sword was similar to the one recorded in the legends. Similarly, in history, it was this sword that fell together with Prince Roland. While the citizens were cheering for the Roland sacred sword, the royal knight had only received the preparations for a triumphant return. Naturally, they were also in a heated discussion. When the knight behind the man walked through the city gates, everyone was astonished. That familiar war flag was tattered. Under the fluttering war flag, the undead knight walked openly into the sunlight. Before the royal knight drew his sword, with the help of a voice transmission spell, the man's declaration echoed throughout the entire city. I, Holy Knight Roland, the last ruler of the Mist Kingdom, have returned together with my knight. The red carpet beneath my feet wasn't considered high-class goods. As a country welcoming guests, it could be considered shabby. However, stepping on it and looking at the Mist citizens before me, I felt an indescribable sense of happiness. The undead knight stepped into the city. At this stage, the battle-hardened undead knight had already given up on their doubts. The blazing soul fire displayed their unshakable will. Yes, what was there for them to hesitate about? What was there for them to fear? It was just a triumphant return. Even if their bodies had changed, how could their wandering hearts change? Following closely behind me through the city gates was Renee, who was riding on Frigid Maw. Her appearance, with a smile, effectively eased the tense atmosphere caused by the undead. Princess Renee? What is that? That dazzling white mount? Frigid Maw. That's the legendary Aurora Knight. I never thought that I would be able to see the legendary Aurora Knight. Could that person really be Prince Roland? While Donlan was astonished by the reappearance of Frigid Maw and cheered for their Knight Princess becoming a legendary Aurora Knight, the next scene caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. This made the title of Prince Roland even more prominent. 54 Frigid Maw Knight stepped through the city gates in an orderly manner. Even though the appearance of the knight had changed beyond recognition, The ice armor engraved on the murals and sculptures wouldn't lie. The soul mount that was covered in ice was a trademark of the Mist Kingdom in the past. More importantly, the 54 fluttering Aurora war flags indicated their identity. The Aurora Night Squadron. It's the Aurora Night Squadron, the legendary night squadron that was said to be undefeatable over 100 nights. That's the Mist Kingdom's proudest sword. It's the unstoppable cold light cavalry that swept across the northern lands. For so many years, whenever Donglon was bullied, the citizens of the Mist Kingdom couldn't help but recall the glory of the past. Is the Alchemist Knight that amazing? Is the Beastman Wolf Knight that amazing? If our Aurora Night Squadron was still around, how could we have allowed those shameless brats to act so arrogantly? Words of regret. When their night squadron was defeated countless times due to the disparity in equipment, the resentment and anger were passed down from generation to generation, eventually settling into sighs of helplessness and despair. Sometimes they had no choice but to accept the reality that their country was no longer strong. The Mist Kingdom that dominated the world with its night squadron has become a weak country without any powerful troops. A while ago there was indeed a rumor that Princess Renee had displayed her prowess as an Aurora Knight in the Ottoman Empire. However, to the citizens of the Mist who knew about the history of Frigid Maw, they knew that it was impossible and treated it as just another rumor. Sigh, if only it were true. If only we had an Aurora Knight, we wouldn't have been suppressed. At this moment, among the undead Aurora Night Squadron, Princess Renee, whom the citizens were familiar with, stood out. The unicorn Frigid Maw beneath her proved that all of this wasn't just a rumor. The Aurora Knight had returned to the world. Is it the princess who brought back our pride, the strongest Aurora Knight in the northern lands? It's the Knight Captain Eloin. He has also become an Aurora Knight. The heavens bless the Mist Kingdom. We have an Aurora Knight again. We're no longer a weak, third-rate country. Perhaps the Aurora Night Squadron wasn't the strongest among my night squadron. However, to the citizens of the Mist, it was the symbol of the Mist Kingdom's golden age. It was the treasure that they hoped to possess once again, placing the undead Aurora Night Squadron at the forefront, along with Renee and Eloin, not only weakened the citizens' hostility toward the undead, it was also sufficient for the citizens to form the associations that I had hoped for. Could that man really be Prince Roland? Could it be that these undead are the final Aurora from the fallen lands of Definder? Under my encouraging gaze, Renee, as the host, also knew what she had to do. The young female knight stepped out of the ranks and welcomed the citizens who were still hesitating. She took the Roland sacred sword from me and made a vow that would leave her name in the annals of history. I, Renee Cheen Mist, a descendant of the Mist royal family, have found my ancestor, Prince Roland, and his night squadron in order to strengthen our country once more. From now on, our Aurora will shine in the northern lands once more. With the help of His Highness and his loyal Royal Night Squadron, our Donglon Principality will rise once more. Perhaps some might be worried because of their identity as undead. However, I swear on my honor and life that they are the most trustworthy existences. Citizens, I know that you will be worried and apprehensive. After all, they have already turned into undead. However, back then, they used their lives to protect their city. Even if they were to die, they would avenge their enemies. Now, even if they have turned into undead, even if their souls were to be destroyed, they still chose to help us. What is there to doubt about such Night Squadron? With the help of a sound amplification magic, the declaration of the young princess spreads across the entire city. That clear and bright voice reverberates throughout the entire city. Before this, the radiance of the royal sacred sword had already ignited the passion of the citizens. The Roland sacred sword, the Holy Knight Roland, and the Royal Knight Squadron have really returned. Her Highness has found the lost royal sacred sword and the Knight Squadron. Facing the excited citizens, Renee pauses for a moment before continuing. Perhaps their current faces are frightening, but you can look at their armor and weapons with their family emblems. Look at the Mist war flag that has experienced countless battles. The will of the Mist will never yield, and the Mist war flag will never fall. Even if they are already dead, they still have a reason to protect their country. Isn't this the embodiment of the will of the Mist? You don't trust such a knight squadron. What else do you intend to trust? Do you believe in the holy light that has no proof? Due to the lack of time, I didn't manage to teach Renee what to say. Looking at the impassioned Renee, who is filled with sincerity, I couldn't help but smile in relief. Just as Rain was giving her speech, the sky suddenly darkened. A gigantic beast streaked across the sky, causing countless people to sigh in amazement. Bone dragon? No, there's someone up there. He actually jumped down. That's a bone dragon knight. The moment Timir landed on the ground, he raised the familiar black griffin war flag. I knew that since the Roland sacred sword and Renee had already proven my identity, it was time for me to say something. Timir, the last dragon knight of the Mist Country. In the aerial battle of Scott, our black griffin aerial squadron was surrounded and attacked by enemies that outnumbered us 5-1. In order to cover the retreat of our ground troops, the black griffin aerial squadron fought a bloody battle, and eventually the entire squadron was annihilated. Timir himself even managed to kill 2 of them under the joint attack of 3 dragon knights. Even though I intentionally maintained a calm tone, my words still caused countless exclamations of shock. Without a doubt, dragons are at the top of the food chain. An ultimate unit like the Dragon Knight Squadron is something that only the most powerful empires can possess. The current Donglan Principality doesn't even dare to think about it. According to historical records, the Mist Country did have several Dragon Knight squadrons in the past. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to cross the river of history and meet them. Our aerial squadron is made up of a bunch of good lads. However, due to the extreme cruelty of the aerial duels, the losers were left with nothing left of them. Even though the aerial squadron is made up of the elites of the Mist Country, only Timir responded to my summons and dealt a second blow to those damned invaders. After bowing, the proud last Dragon Knight squadron waved the black griffin war flag and led the way on the red carpet of victory, as though he was a warrior who had returned victorious. No, he was indeed a warrior who had returned victorious. This is our knight, the evil undead? No, we are just a bunch of fools who are unwilling to accept the beautiful Mist Country being occupied by the invaders and have returned from hell once more. After Timir and the Aurora Knight squadron advanced together, the survivors of the various armies entered the city next. As for me, I started to look back on history. The Polar Bear Squadron and the Royal Heavy Infantry Squadron. These 2 squadrons were mixed together at the end of the war. Equipped with the Avalanche Defender armor, they were our strongest barrier and fortress. Now, after going through countless battles, there are only 16 of them left. Among them, the strongest is also the youngest. That is Carlos Dice. I nodded my head proudly and introduced one of my most trusted knight squadrons to the world. My most reliable moving wall. In order to protect the fleeing citizens, he used his flesh and blood to block the stone bridge, using his body as a target to hold back the butcher's knife of the invaders. Back then, he was struck by over 100 arrows and died. His blood flowed dry, and not a single bone was left intact. In the end, he could only be resurrected as an abomination. That year, the guardian knight Carlos Dice, who made me so proud, was only 15 years old. It is hard to imagine how an abomination would reveal such a shy expression. But at this moment, Carlos is nodding his head shyly towards the citizens. His smile remains the same, just like when he was young. Asthma Hound Tamer, you might not have heard of them before. They are our special ranger unit, and the representative of them is our heroic scout, Longwind Knight. Even though it is a conventional dragon spear knight, it is still the main force of our Mist Country's army. Slants. Oh, this is the great sword Saint Fade. I believe you must have heard of the great name of the number one sword saint of the Royal Knight Squadron. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have heard of his father. This old knight, Ferdinand, has no intention of undermining us. This is, one by one, the names of the knight are called out, along with the identity and past of the undead knight being revealed. The unyielding history of the undead knight enters the eyes of the citizens. Only then do they realize that these repulsive undead knight were once the legendary heroes of the Mist Country, based on the traditions of the Northlanders. Since they were heroes of noble character when they were alive, they should be trustworthy and worthy of respect even after death. Since the unknown will bring about fear, then let me dispel these unknowns. As long as they don't have any sins on their bodies, even if they have turned into undead, the loyal and powerful knight will only make me proud. There is nothing to hide, but obviously there is someone who doesn't think so. Darned undead, how dare you come to the world of the living? Even the loose golden robe is unable to hide his huge belly. As the Archbishop of the Holy Church of the Donglon Diocese, under the protection of a circle of holy knight and priests, Archbishop Lop finally arrives at the scene. His panting might be the main reason why the Holy Church took so long to arrive. Just like how the Justice Knight wouldn't let off a sinner who went against God's laws, the Holy Church on the surface wouldn't let off any evil undead, especially since the undead actually dared to openly enter the city. This is basically a provocation to the holy light and the source of order, under their fervent belief. Even though there is a huge disparity in their combat strength, the Holy Knight ranks forward with the priests behind them. They are in a battle formation, ready to fight at any moment. Their arrival was within my expectations, even later than I expected, and I have long since prepared a plan to deal with them. Why do I remember that this is already the land of law? Isn't the Holy Church interfering a little too far? My question causes old Lop to pause for a moment. Obviously, the fact that the Church of Law has become the national religion of Donglon means that his mission to spread the Church of Law is a complete failure. At the same time, the person I am waiting for has also arrived. Hey, old Lop, don't go overboard. The Donglon Principality has already established our Lord's faith as the national religion. This is already the land of law. Don't you think that you are going overboard by committing murder in front of me, the highest bishop of the God of Law? Shuadi has also arrived. The moment he appears, he winks at me mischievously. Behind him is a familiar face. That familiar silver mask is filled with the radiance of the power of law. It seems that following Wumian's ascension to godhood, they have become much stronger. The highest Tauren bishop. The Church of Law, which arrived 2 months earlier than us, has already officially entered Donglon. The citizens are also used to this kind Tauren bishop. Now that the Church of Law has arrived, they stand between us and the Holy Church. Obviously, they intend to stop the conflict between both sides. Damn it, they are evil undead. They are the enemies of all order. Why are they stopping us? Bishop Lop in front of our Lord, there is only guilty and innocent. Please don't use race to differentiate between good and evil. Right now, I only see that you are intending to commit murder. This is the holy land of the Church of Law. Do you really think that we are just decorations? But they are still undead. They are bloodthirsty and chaotic. Even if they were heroic figures in the past, can you guarantee that the current them won't harm others out of instinct? The undead are infamous. The middle-aged holy knight's roar resonates through the air, following which the citizens start to hesitate. Shuadi, on the other hand, laughs. Of course I can. In the name of the highest bishop of the God of Law, I can guarantee that they are the true undying Valkyrie and not vengeful spirits controlled by bloodlust. They have lived in Lu Huang Mountain City for more than 100 years, and not a single murder case has occurred. Not long ago, they were the ones who killed the Demon Count. That was a great battle that can be said to be epic. On the contrary, your holy knight is always creating trouble in the name of eradicating evil. What a headache! The highest bishop of the God of Law has a noble status. From a certain perspective, he is in existence equivalent to the Pope of the Holy Church, Sinkello III. At this moment, Shuadi's words resound through the air and the surrounding exclamations of shock can be heard. Looking at the relaxed and excited expressions of the citizens, his guarantee seems to have worked. You, damned evil underground man, you are all in the same group. You are all villains. How can I guarantee it? The Bishop of Holy Light just roars furiously, but he hurriedly covers his mouth. However, he is unable to retract his words. This is a serious personal attack. Are you sure? You actually dare to insult the highest bishop of a true God as a villain? Also, I can't pretend that I didn't hear that discrimination. This is a serious insult to the entire Church of Law. I will lodge a serious protest to Sinkello III. It isn't easy to make up for a slip of the tongue in such a public place. Just as Shuadi is about to pursue the matter, even though I know that it isn't suitable for me to do so, I still stand up. Villain? Who is the villain? It is time for me to spit out some things. Luo Fu? You're the inheritor of Cardinal Luo Fu's bloodline? Fine, from a certain perspective, I, who was a holy knight 300 years ago, can be considered as your senior. Then, let's talk about who is the villain here. Fendark Jane. You should have heard of this name, right? The moment I finish my words, the sweat on the forehead of Luo Fu the Thinker starts to drip. As the future successor of the cardinal, Luo Fu knows quite a bit about that taboo history. You can't answer? Of course. That was an unfair trial that brought shame to the entire Church of Holy Light. Those who believe in the Holy Light are executed as villains and heretics, while the true villain sits high up on the bench of the trial. Is this the justice and fairness of your Church of Holy Light? Under my questioning, the pale-faced death knight walks over slowly. In the eyes of those who are in the know, his face is no different from the historical records. Everyone, just as His Highness Roland has mentioned, I was once a holy knight. However, because I refused to testify according to the words of the exiled cardinal, I was executed in the square of Holy Light. No, that's not it. No, I don't know. Then, can you swear in the name of the Holy Light? If one swears in the name of the Holy Light, if it turns out to be a lie, it is equivalent to betraying the Holy Light forever. How can Cardinal Luo Fu, whose ultimate goal is to become the Pope, make such a vow? Even if he doesn't make such a vow, his awkward silence, pale face, and the beads of sweat dripping from his forehead are enough to explain everything. In an instant, an uproar breaks out. Not only are the citizens shocked and furious, even the holy knight and priest, who were intending to sacrifice themselves for the Church, are filled with disbelief. The current reputation of the Church of Holy Light is rather good, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have a dark past. However, if one were to bury their sinful past, how would they have the confidence to represent the Holy Light to punish evil? Looking at their ugly, cowering appearance, I laughed, but it was a laugh of extreme anger. I swear in the name of the Holy Light that the reason why the calamity back then developed to such an extent can all be traced back to the evil and filthy higher-ups of the Church of Holy Light. That so-called holy war is nothing more than a bunch of greedy hyenas led by lions. You bunch of hypocrites, using the name of the holy war as a pretext, but acting as bandits. You are the true source of all evil. Look at me. You bunch of villains still have the face to use the holy light? My wings spread open, giving off a blinding holy light and holy flames. The boundless power of the holy light is the best proof of the veracity of my words. I'm also a holy knight, but I've never believed in the God of holy light, nor will I listen to that laughable Church of Holy Light. I only believe in the justice of the Holy Light itself. The Holy Light has never ordered us to kill the innocent. Knight, do you think that your own justice can be determined by the teachings of the Church of Holy Light? Then, who will be the guarantor of the Church of Holy Light's justice? Perhaps your self-righteous eradication of evil is just a form of killing the innocent in the name of justice. As a war angel, in the teachings of the Church of Holy Light, I am the messenger of a true God. Under my angry glare, the pure holy light is an interrogation of conscience and faith. Most of the holy light users present begin to waver. And when these questions spread throughout the entire world, a new division within the Church of Holy Light is born. The idea of purely believing in the holy light and maintaining a distance from the Church of Holy Light becomes the most painful and embarrassing division for the cardinals. But at this critical moment, when Lofu is being forced to retreat step by step and is making a fool of himself, when the citizens of the Mist Kingdom are looking at the Church of Holy Light in an increasingly unfriendly manner, that middle-aged Holy Knight captain stands out once again. The Church of Holy Light today is no longer the Church of Holy Light from 300 years ago. We have been constantly improving. It's meaningless to talk about the past now. What's important right now is whether or not the undead are a threat to the living. Archbishop Shuedi, are you admitting that you came from the same place as them? I remember that your tribunal has a system of automatic dismissal. Then, according to your logic, since you are related to them, then your testimony is naturally invalid. Without a doubt, this is a way to change the topic. Furthermore, it is a malicious misinterpretation of the teachings of the God of Law. Is this the tribunal? A guarantor and a witness's testimony are two different things. According to your logic, the guarantor can't be related to the person being guaranteed. Then, doesn't that mean that there is no one who can be a guarantor? Looking at this malicious misinterpretation, Shuedi is infuriated. Just as he is about to reprimand the other party, a familiar voice rings in his ears. Then, can I be a guarantor? That was a red-haired warrior who had been standing in the middle of the crowd. Even though his lazy voice was filled with cynicism and surprise, there was an inexplicable might under the ordinary appearance of the red-haired warrior that made the Holy Knight captain would feel fear instinctively, had even used honorifics on the warrior. You are Adam Han, Red Lotus Sword Saint, as well as Roland's close brother and the previous city lord of Sulphur Mountain City. Do you want us to withdraw as well? The Red Lotus Sword Saint is the strongest candidate for the position of the human race. His undying achievement of ending the Yonia calamity has made him a living legend and a saint. In front of him, even the current pope is considered as a junior. Marguerite, Saint Arledan's Truth Overseer candidate. I have been with the Undead Knight for close to 200 years. I trust them and am willing to use my reputation to vouch for them. The moment the great saint descends from the sky, that solemn vow echoes throughout the entire city. The trust in him is deeply etched in people's memories. Representing the will of my lord, I can vouch for them as well. This time, the voice comes from the sky as well. However, that familiar male voice with an elven accent reminds me of an acquaintance that I just parted with not too long ago. Basra? As expected, the one descending along with the light of order is the envoy of a true god. Hearing these famous names, Wood's back is drenched in sweat. At this moment, he is still hoping that it is just a coincidence that they share the same name. Lady Moonlight's Valkyrie lung to Basra? Yes, but she is Wumian's Valkyrie now. We will settle the score for your misinterpretation of the God of Law's teachings later. Now, 2 semi-gods and a Valkyrie vouch for you, is that enough? The questioning of Valkyrie and the epic hero leaves Wood speechless. Just when he thinks that he is too weak to reply, I want to reason with him instead. All right, let's not talk about the past. Then, let's talk about the present and the future. 300 years ago, you destroyed the Mist Country with groundless reasons, leading to the calamity of the demons that lasted for 16 years, causing the entire human world to suffer the most painful calamity. And now, this calamitous country is once again in a desperate situation. But what do you intend to do? You say that you are protecting the human society from the invasion of evil, but from what I see, your holy church is the source of all evil. We are guiding people to do good. The Holy Church is the source of all evil? This is a question that I have never heard before, shocking wood. Following which, fear comes from the bottom of his heart. In that instant, facing the endless dark history and the furious accusations of the victims, he, who is skilled in eloquence, is actually unable to find any words to respond. Believing in the Holy Church means doing good? What a joke! The moral conduct of my knights is 100 times nobler than those pigs in the Holy Church who wear the clothes of an archbishop. For so many years, my people are on the verge of starving to death. But I don't see the Holy Church doing anything decent. Fine, the Holy Light doesn't care about me, but why? When I returned with my knights, intending to let my people live a decent life, you jumped out. You say that this is unacceptable, that is unacceptable. Are you happy when you see this country being destroyed again and its people starving to death? The furious questioning leaves the other party at a loss for words. Suddenly, a small pebble knocks on Wood's head. That is a little girl venting her anger. Batty, don't bully Big Brother Knight. While Wood is stunned under the relentless questioning, when the hatred of his country is brought to the light, the surrounding citizens are already furious. At this moment, the little girl's blow is only the initial fuse, following which the furious roars of the mist citizens cause more and more pebbles, rotten eggs, and other household rubbish are hurled over. Finally, under my questioning, when the dark history of the past is dragged to the light, the dissatisfaction of the people of the mist against the Holy Church finally erupts. Murders! Get out of the mist kingdom! You villains and bullies, don't you know shame? Kesha of the Almond family, Roar of the Whatever Cole family, if you are still a citizen of the mist, take off your ugly priest robes. Come back to us. Under the agitation of the masses, facing the furious elders of their hometown, the people of the mist who joined the Holy Church can no longer stay. Perhaps the influence that the Holy Church has planted in Donlan over the years will be swept clean. While the Holy Church is being questioned and even expelled, my knights are destined to receive the respect they deserve in the future due to their heroic past. At this moment, I don't have the leisure to be surprised by these small matters. The gift that Basra brought to me by Woomians is destined to shock the world. God Power Forbidden Spell, City of Sinless. This is a generous gift that our Lord Woomians has bestowed upon this city and country. In this world, only you, Lord Roland, are qualified to use it. How can the Order gods allow the City of Rain to enjoy the limelight? Perhaps. Only I know what I am thinking in my heart. This gift is indeed what I need the most. With it, the gap between the living and the dead will be shortened swiftly. After hesitating for a moment, I finally made up my mind. I, the God of Law, Woomians, hereby declare that under my will, the capital of Donlan Definder shall become the holy land of the law, the City of Sinless. When I tore open the God Power scroll, a mysterious God Power took control of my words. Then the voices of the mortals and the true gods in the world fused into one. This is the declaration of a true God. The entire world has to listen to my will. In this city, no one will be punished because of their identity, race, or status. Before the law of God, every intelligent being has the right to live freely. If anyone were to violate the law of God in this city, regardless of their identity, status, or race, they will be judged as a sinner by the eternal judgment spell. My believers are free to judge their sins. The incantation had ended here, but strangely, when I moved my lips, there was more content to the incantation. In my city, the undead do not represent evil, and the holy light does not represent justice. Before the law of God, everyone is equal. Only the most heinous sins must be punished. Chapter 131. I, the God of Law, Woomians, hereby declare that under my will, the capital of Donlan Definder shall become the holy land of the Law faction, a land without sin. Under the will of a true God, all mortals must remain humble. When the God's declaration came down from the clouds, even the angriest holy knight or priest had to stop all disputes. The true God in the clouds displayed his divine might. Countless pillars of light descended, and the silver light of law illuminated the entire world. The originally dilapidated buildings were covered in a layer of faint silver fluorescence. An entire city appeared solemn and dignified. The golden scroll contained the divine power of the God of Law. Without a doubt, this was a country-level, perpetual, tactical forbidden spell. As the scroll was torn apart, the overflowing power of law turned me into the medium of this forbidden spell, replacing the God of Law to release this super forbidden spell. However, outside of the declaration, I added my own commentary. Can sunlight exist by itself without the aid of night? Is there no shadow on the other side of the holy light? In my city, the undead do not represent evil, and the holy light does not represent justice. Before the God's laws, everyone is equal. Only the most heinous sins must be punished. Two souls of the same origin resonated with each other. In the end, Wumians, who had no sense of self, gave up on the right to operate. Mywell made some changes to the original declaration. When the true God's declaration resounded throughout the entire world, even I was unable to predict what this huge change would lead to, and what changes my sudden addition to the declaration would cause. At the very least, in the eyes of the other Holy Church job classes, the God of Law's suggestion that there may be shadows on the other side of the holy light, and that the holy light does not represent justice, was basically a slap to the face. Even though they were both in the Order faction, the God of Law was destined to become the number one enemy of the God of Holy Light in the eyes of all the Holy Light job classes. However, they were unable to criticize him face to face. After all, he was also a true God of the Order faction. From a certain standpoint, he was in existence on the same level as the God of Holy Light, and the Holy Church was only an earthly servant and representative of the Holy Light Church in name. Although there was a lot of exaggeration in his words, it was still rude for a servant to criticize his master's companion. What does Wumians mean by this? Is he going to start a civil war between the Order gods? Servants couldn't do anything to an unwelcome guest, but the master could scold the guest for his rudeness. Everyone was waiting for the God of Holy Light to respond, but there was no response. All right then. These two true gods were existences without any sense of self. They would only act according to their own logic in order to expand their own worshippers. My declaration didn't have any intention of directly criticizing them. All I said was that there might be shadows, but that doesn't represent justice. This was the truth, and the God of Holy Light's pure logic wouldn't judge it as an attack. In the God of Holy Light's way of thinking, this had nothing to do with him, so he naturally wouldn't respond. Perhaps in the eyes of those who understand the secrets of the gods, this is just an insignificant little trick. They might even be suspicious of how Wumians, who has also lost his sense of self, is able to play such a word game. However, in the eyes of most mortals, this is equivalent to the magnanimous God of Holy Light tacitly agreeing to the words of the God of Law. There might be villains hiding under the cover of Holy Light, and there might be shadows behind the Holy Light. Perhaps the Holy Church isn't that holy and just after all. Perhaps this is what most people think, and in the eyes of the world, the God of Law and the God of Holy Light will definitely start to stand on opposite sides. At the very least, the most direct result of this declaration is that the Holy Church will probably have more thoughts about the law job classes. However, since the Holy Church intended to poach talents from the very start and even replace the Holy Light in the future, this level of hostility is within expectations. On the contrary, this kind of external hostility can even cause the law job classes to unite. As the caster of this forbidden spell, I already understand the effects of this forbidden spell. Under the effects of this divine power forbidden spell, which is on the same level as the City of Rain, the light of law will forever envelop this city. As long as someone commits a serious crime in this city that triggers the God's law, the highest level judgment spell will turn the person's entire body bright red for at least 24 hours. Then, the law enforcers who hear the news will arrive to judge the person. In the guiltless city, Any tragic crime will immediately be exposed to the light of day. When a serious crime can't be avoided, it probably won't be long before the ideal of the guiltless city becomes a reality. If Sulphur Mountain City is the holy land of the Law faction, then Definder is destined to become the land of miracles and rise to power for the Law faction. From today onwards, the Law faction and the Donglan Principality will probably be inextricably linked. At this moment, the agitated crowd was attacking the Holy Church's group. I signaled to Shuedi with my eyes to stop the crowd from attacking the Holy Church. Under the gaze of our Lord Wumians, no villains can hide. Although the Holy Church has made many mistakes in the past, the people in front of us are innocent. Please let them leave. After the miracle, the status of the Church of Law, which has just become the national religion of Donglan, will rise even higher. As the highest bishop of the Church of Law, Old Cow will undoubtedly become one of the top 3 authoritative figures in this country. In such a situation, his words will naturally have an effect. Bishop Lofu staying here will only worsen the conflict. Please leave as soon as possible. If you still want your face, please leave the city as soon as possible. If you insist on staying, please don't die in the city, so as not to increase our workload. Shuedi insults the Church of Law while leading his people to help him out of his predicament. Under the Church of Law's support, the moment a gap appears in the crowd, that venerated regional bishop runs off first, not even bothering about his own guards and the priests under him. That's enough. It'll be troublesome if the bishop dies here. Based on their personality, it's entirely possible that they'll make it sound like the god of law colluded with the undead and some bishop died in the line of duty. Looking at him now, he's scared out of his wits and will probably lead his troops to leave soon. It'll be even better if the Holy Church gives up on the Northlands because of this. Sai, with their tyrannical style of doing things, it's unlikely that they'll give up completely. It seems like there'll be more to be learned in the future. The departure of the antagonist caused the crowd to cheer for their victory. When the unhappy, uninvited guest left, the horn of victory sounded again, and the triumphant marching song started playing again. Under the war flag, the knight's triumphant march begins once more, just that it's different from the silent march earlier. This time, when the ancient heroes return in triumph, the citizens also join in the march. With the guarantee of several epic heroes and the descent of the power of God, the barrier between the living and the dead is finally broken. That one-man show that was forced to hold on has come to an end. Even if there's still some worry and hesitation, there's finally a cheering crowd beside the ancient knight who is returning home. The original solemnity is nowhere to be seen. When the living join in the parade, the entire parade begins to be filled with joy and joy. The elderly try to ask the knight about the difference between their past and real history. The middle-aged try to leave their impression in front of the knight. The youngsters look at the unyielding figures of the mist knight with reverence and ask if it's possible for them to become one of them. As for the naughty children, they secretly crawl over to touch the ice-cold swords and show off their bravery to their companions. The Aurora Knight Squadron, walking at the front, becomes the hardest hit. That beautiful ice armor attracts the attention of the women and children. That legendary past makes every man yearn for it. But at this moment, while they are happy in their hearts with a straight face, they still have to explain the dangers of the ice armor and warn the citizens not to touch it, especially in case of the sudden attacks of the naughty children. Most of the other Knight Squadron is the same. But what leaves the deepest impression is the strange way they recognize each other. The emblem on this flag. Could it be that you're my ancestor? You're my younger sister's descendant? You really do look like one. Lord, if you have the time, can you come to our family? My children should be interested in hearing your story. Of course, I'll go after the parade. Everyone, look, I have descendants. I have a family. I'm not alone anymore. This kind of situation is not uncommon. After receiving a positive answer, the living will be envied by the other citizens, while the dead will be so happy that they forget themselves, proudly showing off their descendants to their companions. Of course, Most of them are the descendants of their brothers. And those who don't have descendants secretly make up their minds to check on the civil affairs of this place later on to see if they have any blood-related descendants or distant relatives who have changed their names. At the very least, they can support a new family of their own. The cold exterior is a wall. The undead knight is used to using the cold exterior to isolate their inner heart. But at this moment, this wall is smashed to pieces, revealing the softest part of the knight's heart. There are quite a few who are so moved that they forget themselves. I have even seen 2 skeleton generals who laughed so hard that their lower jaw fell off. In my eyes, even a man of steel like Casimia's, when the young lady puts a flower garland on the head hanging on his waist, his flustered response and his cross-eyed look revealed his emotions and his nature as a century-old bachelor. Should I be thankful that the undead are unable to shed tears? Otherwise, judging from the stirring soul undulations of the brothers, the uncontrollable tears of gratitude would have drowned the entire square. If so, this triumphant parade might not be as beautiful. Finally, this is a triumphant return. Yes, how can it be considered a triumphant return when only the victorious warriors return? The citizens who are waiting and welcoming them are the source of the warriors' struggle. Without the welcome and understanding of the citizens of the mist, without the citizens' blissful smiles, what is the meaning of the warriors' sacrifice and return? At this moment, I can finally put down the heavy stone in my heart. If the new citizens are unable to accept the undead knight, what should we do? When that happens, everyone will probably feel terrible. If such a situation were to occur, I'm afraid that it would be impossible to resolve the situation. In reality, even though my words are resolute and I am the first to step through the city gates, my heart has been beating like a drum. But I know that I can't show my fear. Otherwise, those hesitant fellows would definitely desert, and it would be impossible for us to achieve our current success. Even though he is huge and ugly, the shoulders of the abomination Carlos are filled with naughty children. Perhaps the young parents hope to communicate more with this young knight who sacrificed himself at a young age. Or perhaps the citizens of the mist are using their own methods to console this unfortunate young man. Should I be thankful for the obstruction from the Holy Church? If not for their hostility, the hateful dark history wouldn't have been exposed, and we wouldn't have been able to successfully allow the undead knight to be accepted by the citizens. No, I should be thankful to the citizens of the mist. It is because I trust them that I made this bet. In any other country, it is impossible for the living to travel together with the undead. And why don't we organize a commemorative festival and have a small celebration every year to deepen our friendship? I didn't expect that in the future, the famous Ghost Festival of the Northern Lands would be born. On that day, youngsters would dress up as demons and ghosts and begin a grand ghost parade. Of course, there would often be real ghosts among them. The undead aren't viewed as evil, and this became one of the most important symbols of the sinless city. Soon, when the news spread, countless people who were discriminated against and minorities began to consider heading to the northern lands to take a look. I didn't do anything evil, so why are they chasing after me relentlessly? I've had enough of these days of being a street rat. If even the undead can be accepted, perhaps a half-elf/half-beastman/demon warlock like me can be accepted by the world and live under the sun. While Roland was busy preparing for his future, some people were destined to be unlucky. A few months later, when the news from the northern lands reached the Ottoman Empire, the emperor, who was still energetic despite losing his capital, showed signs of fatigue for the first time. You will regret it? That valiant figure and those words appeared in his dream once more. That pun became the regret of a certain emperor for the rest of his life. He had already found out from the contract that the real name of the princess was Roland. Now that Roland's Valkyrie had appeared in the northern lands, if Dasos still didn't know what he had done wrong, there was no need for him to continue being the esteemed emperor. Yes, I regret it. I really regret it. Is this retribution? Is this retribution for allowing others to assassinate you? Or have I made a grave mistake from the start? Every time His Majesty was drunk alone, he would wail and shout such words. At this time, thinking that His Majesty was under too much pressure from the worsening war situation, the attendants at the side would close the door for him and call Lord Hermit and Lord Rosemary. The former was the adviser that His Majesty trusted deeply. Regardless of whether it was war or daily life, he could always make suggestions that satisfied His Majesty and put His Majesty at ease. The latter, on the other hand, was a super beauty that could make people dizzy. Being considerate, she could relieve His Majesty's stress and emotions with just a few words. But this time it seemed that Lord Hermit was busy with the war, so only Rosemary came. His Majesty Daisos, why are you drinking so much again? Rosemary, come, drink with me. Yes, Your Majesty. It's better to drink less. Alcohol is bad for your health. Hee. I didn't expect that you would be so worried about me when she sent you here. Come, let's have a chat. As expected, after a few words, the heartbroken Daisos' mood improved a lot. Rosemary, you are really a roundworm in my stomach. Military, politics, economics, business, you really know everything. The peerless beauty smiled and didn't reply. On the other side of the continent, at the phylactery with pink bones, countless information and secrets directly entered someone's pocket. The war in the Ottoman Empire has reached a stalemate. The three elemental gods are making a comeback at the same time. The beast men in the north are getting restless. Looks like I have to make early preparations. Chapter 132. Ding. Congratulations to the host for building a new class advancement facility. Avalanche Defender class advancement unlocked. Aurora Knight class advancement unlocked. Eternal Wind Knight class advancement unlocked. Host, please toss a commoner into the facility. After 2 minutes, a powerful warrior will jump out. Do you think I would say that? Stop dreaming. This is the real world. There's no such thing as a messy class change system that is neither scientific nor magical. You want a powerful warrior? Fine, I'll train and nurture them myself. You want to send troops just by building a barracks? The Interstellar where next door is calling for you. All right then, as expected, it wouldn't be so easy to have a powerful troop type. However, the system that was neither scientific nor magical actually retorted that I was unscientific. As expected, it was just as annoying as always. This was already the third day of the Day of Return celebration. However, not only did Definder celebrations not stop, the celebrations had already expanded to include the entire country. Since that's the case, we might as well hold a nationwide celebration and pardon the world. Food will be provided by the National Treasury. Let the people who have been oppressed for a long time enjoy themselves. This was the judgment that I had made. Although it was obvious that I was trying to win over the hearts of the people, in this time of storm it was indeed effective in calming the hearts of the people. The celebration was nothing more than food, wine, music, artistic performances, and all kinds of special activities. The square outside the window was filled with endless singing and dancing, and the sound of drums and music shook the heavens. But inside the palace, it had already returned to the busy daily routine. According to your plan, the day of homecoming celebration will last for 5 days, and the food for the celebration will be provided to the other towns. This will use up at least 2 months of rations, and the food supply that we've worked so hard to obtain will have a shortfall in advance. Although there were some kind-hearted people who sponsored them this time, and they earned quite a lot, the expected lack of resources was still a hidden danger. If it wasn't you, I would have stopped the proposal at all costs, and then found a reason to throw the proposer to the border as a coolie. The words of Kelly, the head female official of the royal palace, echoed the common thoughts of the government officials. They who are used to living a hard life could not help but wish that they could split a single copper coin and spend it on 2 separate days. How could they tolerate such extravagance and waste? If it wasn't for me suppressing them, I'm afraid that this celebration wouldn't even have been held. Everyone has worked hard, but it's worth it. On one hand, it was to reward the people. Although the harvest season was still dismal, it was not their fault. After a year of hard work, it was time for them to rest for a few days. On the other hand, we have to give the people a new impression that, from today onwards, everything will be different. With this as a node, a lot of work will become easier in the future. Morale, popularity, the will of the people. This seemingly illusory thing will, in a sense, play a crucial and positive role. At the very least, it will fill the stomachs of the people and give them hope for a better future. This is the only thing we can do now. Of course, to truly change this country, he had to do it step by step. I made a whimsical request to the system, and as expected, I received an answer that was even more whimsical than I expected. Every single warrior required several years, or even more than a dozen years of training. You want to send out soldiers just by throwing resources into a barracks? It would be great if this could be done in real life. Then, the two most important things right now are still those two. One is the rebuilding of the main army, and the second is the problem of food. Even though the sparrow was small, it had all the essentials. There were at least 30 officials present for this emergency internal affairs meeting, and from what I had just interacted with, there were quite a few talents among them. The reason why Rene and the Mist royalty were able to last till today was due to these experienced and hard-working administrative talents. A filial son can be seen from a poor family, and a country's difficulties can only reveal a virtuous minister. Should I be thankful for all these years of training? To be able to organize a celebration in a short 10 hours, calculate how much pressure a week's celebration would have on the next year's food supply, and then arrange a new base for the army. That bunch of people in Sulphur Mountain City who always said, what Lord Saint said is right, definitely wouldn't be able to do it. But no matter how skilled an administrative talent is, it still comes from the efficient use of resources. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Without anything, even the most skilled administrative talent can't do anything. At this moment, I am not used to the way the meeting is conducted. As a newcomer, not only do I not have an official position, I am even sitting at the main seat to host the internal affairs meeting. Yet, they are acting as though it is only right and proper. The one who is the most uncomfortable in the meeting is me. After all, I am already used to the bunch of unreliable subordinates. In the past, I spent most of the time in the meetings struggling with them, trying my best to bring the topic back to the original point. Now that I am discussing problems with the members of the meeting so seriously, I am actually not used to it. Looking at the serious faces of the group of middle-aged and elderly officials, constantly taking notes, pondering, and asking questions, I really want to pull Shueti, who is still reveling in the square, over and let them see how others work seriously. As for food, there should be a batch of meat in half a month's time. If we prepare our reserves, it should be able to prolong the consumption for a period of time. Kelly immediately comes to a realization. You are talking about that whale. I nod my head. That mountainous narwhal carcass is too much of a waste to be left in the sea. Considering the food supply, I have already sent the Borealis to drag it back. Considering that it is really too big, if it is impossible to drag it back, it is possible to cut it into pieces on the spot and bring it back. Even if a top-tier sea monster is dead, the remaining might will last for a period of time, so there is no need to worry about fishes and prawns finding us so quickly. The whale meat can be used as food, and there seems to be top-tier spices in its body. This is a huge fortune, and it would be a pity to waste it. As for solving the problem of food from the root, I have a plan. Selling off the harvest this time should not be a problem to exchange for at least 2 to 3 years of disaster relief rations. Then, we can take our time to think about it. After all, Donglan is a small country. The huge amount of resources that even the Emperor of the Ottoman Empire, a mega-country, would be an astronomical figure to a small country. It is possible for them to eat for a few years. After asking, the head of the finance department flips through his records and nods his head affirmatively. If we were to sell off those gems and minerals, not to mention 2 years, even 5 years would be enough. I nod my head in satisfaction. At the same time, I think of Dasos's bitter face when I extorted him. Also, I heard from Rosemary that she has already entered the core of the Ottoman Empire. Perhaps there will be opportunities for me to play some tricks in the future. From a maid with a suspicious identity to the upper echelons of power, she even said that she might be able to step into an even higher position. I really wonder how she did it, although she is still unwilling to tell me the reason why she ascended to the top in a single step. I don't think that she would lie. Other than the fact that her phylactery is still in my hands, the top-tier intelligence on the entire continent that I obtained from her also proves that she has indeed come into contact with the upper echelons of power. It is obviously impossible to just rely on eating from the rich, but at the very least it should be fine for a few years. I will think of a way to solve the problem of food. Now then, let's talk about the proposal, expanding the army. If it were any other country, the proposal to expand the army would be a life-threatening proposal. The Dove faction and the Hawk faction would definitely fight it out. Unless the Emperor exerts pressure on them, it would be a dream to not drag on for 3 to 5 years, or even 10 to 20 years. Strengthening the central army would also have to consider the reactions of the local domain lords. Even if it is passed by a fluke, when the time comes to start building the army, it would be difficult to snatch military positions and authority. But for Donglon, who has struggled in the northern lands for so long, this is practically a dream. The main reason why they didn't expand the army previously was because they couldn't afford to support it. Regardless of whether it is to deal with future wars or to protect the citizens from the winter beast stampede, in the northern lands, there is no amount of powerful armies. So, the first thing I have to do is to imitate the Mist Country's structure of the past. With my knights as the core, I will rebuild the various armies. Their original names, flags, and equipment will all be the same. If I have the help of the veterans, I should be able to take shape within 10 years. Looking around, I saw everyone nodding their heads in agreement and excitement in their eyes. The people of the Mist Country had already suffered enough from a lack of military strength. As long as the resources keep up, they would be able to build a truly powerful army. This was a dream come true. Actually, the will of the youngsters to protect their country has always been strong. The number of people who volunteered to join the army has always exceeded the capacity of our logistics. Now, as long as the logistics can keep up, coupled with the fact that we have legendary tier troops to attract new recruits, there shouldn't be a problem with the supply of soldiers. And then the recruitment will begin after this celebration ends. If you don't have sufficient equipment, then use the simple wooden sword and wooden spear for training. Let's set up the venue first before we talk about anything else. Start from actual combat and focus on training. However, there were some who understood the hidden meaning behind my words and raised their doubts. Future wars? Does your Highness think that there will be another war? All of you should have heard that a new eternal sacred war is about to begin. On the Ottoman side, the war between the water elementals and the sea folk is just the vanguard. That isn't the only place that isn't peaceful. At the mention of the eternal sacred war, everyone's face darkened. Expanding the army was one thing, but fighting a war was another. It had only been a few days of peace. Why did it have to come again? Not long ago, I received confidential intelligence that the black-winged people in the south and the wind elemental god are working together. Their cloud fleet is currently heading west, looting all the cities and towns that pass by. There were even 2 capitals of intermediate kingdoms that suffered a calamity. As for the north, at the mention of the north, as expected, everyone's spirits were lifted. After all, this was the northern end of the human world. Their lives were at stake here, so no matter what, they had to be extra careful. I sighed helplessly in my heart. As expected, the people of the mist were plagued with disasters. A year ago, they had just defeated the Beastman tribes, and after a few days of peace, trouble came again. In the north, there seems to be a tribe that has received the support of the earth elemental god and has suddenly become stronger. That fellow has proclaimed himself as the Khan of the Beastmen. They should be swallowing each other through internal strife. Going by tradition, it is only a matter of time before the main army invades the south. That is impossible. Ah, Your Highness, I am not saying that you are lying, but this is a devastating disaster. Your Highness, are you sure about your source of information? Your Highness, which Beastman tribe is it? Is it the Highland Beastmen or the Plains Beastmen? Have the other northern countries received the news? As expected, the moment this heavy bomb was dropped, the entire conference room became noisy. The Beastmen of the north were divided into two regions. The Highland Beastmen were distributed along the Orizon mountain range. The terrain there was complicated, and more than 70% of the Beastmen lived there. On the other hand, the Hullen Plains had a smaller number of Beastmen, but they were densely packed, so the threat they posed was greater. If it was the Beastmen tribes from the Highlands, there would at least be a few countries acting as a barrier. However, if it was the Plains Beastmen, there was a border between Donlon and them. Due to historical reasons, that border of several dozen kilometers had never been peaceful. Of course, this was still considered good. If it was the border of the Mist Country in the past, the two sides would be directly connected to each other, and the pressure would be even greater. In the past 200 years, the Highland Kingdom of Suya, which had the bloodline of the barbarians, rose to power. Together with the neighboring Rhodes Kingdom, they forcefully split the Beastmen Plains into two, thus alleviating the pressure. By the way, these two countries were the only two among the 7 northern countries that had a good relationship with the Donlon Principality. Other than the fact that they were viewed as barbarian countries, their territories were newly developed lands of other races, and they didn't occupy the original territory of the Mist Country. Thus, they didn't have this complicated history with each other, which was the main reason why they had a good relationship with each other. As for the other countries of the 7 northern countries, most of them were lords who came from the south, and they might even be relatives of the 17 countries that were destroyed. How could they have a good relationship with each other? At the very least, unless it was absolutely necessary, merchants wouldn't be willing to come to this barbarian country. There are 3 countries in the north where the natives of the northern lands are the main inhabitants. There is also an ancient country called Phoenix Nest. The Rhodes Kingdom is located on both sides of the border, and its political stance is slightly leaning towards the north. But its royal family is from the south. The 4 countries in the south, among them, the Sluer Kingdom, is a product of the Mist Kingdom split, and they emphasize that they are the true ruler of the Mist Kingdom, and a bunch of small autonomous regions that can't even be considered as countries. This is the chaotic situation in the northern lands. The entire Northlands were viewed as barbarians by the major human countries, and there were endless conflicts between the various countries in the Northlands, which made this bitter and cold land truly a land of exiles and borders for humans. At the very least, many of the so-called autonomous lands were free lands formed by bandits and wanted criminals. This information was actually provided by the Kingdom of the Elves, so it should be reliable. It's said that they've already informed most of the human kingdoms. It's the Highland Beastmen. I think it's called the Blood Axe tribe. Tui, those long-eared people, can't wait for us to fight to the death with the barbarians. But we're still being ostracized. Ha! Sluer is going to be out of luck. Serves that bastard traitor right. It's the same for the Kisomi Duchy. The Blood Axe tribe doesn't seem to be far from them, but I'm afraid that the Rhodes Kingdom will be implicated. There was a lot of discussion, and at this point it was time for the meeting to come to a final conclusion. Don't be too happy yet. Although we won't be the first to bear the brunt, the possibility of being implicated is not low. Once the border is breached, we will still have to face the Beastmen tribe, so we need to prepare for a real battle. Therefore, I have a suggestion. This year, we will restart the glory of our past, the winter hunt. The meeting room was still bustling with activity, but I was resting at the side of the corridor. Even though it was already nighttime, the square not far away was still noisy. The bonfire had already been lit, and the vulgar yet lively music made me smile from the bottom of my heart. I also saw the bone dragon that was twisting its waist and dancing in a strange manner. It seemed like they were planning to cause a ruckus through the night. All the tasks that could be assigned had already been assigned, so I didn't have to worry about the rest. The preparations for the recruitment of soldiers and the homecoming day celebration were going smoothly. I didn't have to worry too much about it, and the only point of contention was still the winter hunt that I had proposed last. Only the people of the northern lands knew that the beasts in winter and the beasts in summer were two completely different concepts. The beasts that were driven crazy by hunger were bloodthirsty and fearless of any enemies. If they were to go crazy from hunger, they could just dig a ditch to protect the city, and they would use their flesh and blood to fill up. The mutated beasts and super beasts in the snowy mountains were not uncommon. Once they went berserk, they would definitely be extremely terrifying enemies. Spring and autumn in the northern lands were extremely short. Spring, summer, and autumn only added up to 5 months. After 30 days, the northern lands would be covered in snow and ice, and the winter season would descend once again. In previous years, in order to deal with the beast hordes, fortifying the walls and clearing the fields would be the best solution. If the beast hordes formed a beast tide, it would be a helpless move to move the residents of the small villages and towns to the big cities. After all, not everything could be brought along. When the villagers returned to their hometown in spring, they would definitely see their homes in ruins. On the other hand, large migrations were often extremely dangerous. If they happened to meet a beast hordes that had set off ahead of time in the wild, ferocious beasts that set off on their own would probably be delivering themselves to their doorstep. However, it was even more unrealistic for the villagers to give up their homes, livestock, and farmlands right from the start. If they were to give up once a year, they wouldn't be able to survive. Furthermore, the living space around the big cities was limited, and the food supply was even more limited. Obviously, the above countermeasures were both passive and problematic. On the other hand, the winter hunt that I suggested, not only would we be able to obtain a large amount of meat and beast specialties, we would also be able to use our mobile forces to fight against the beast hordes. At the same time, we would be able to reduce the pressure on the cities and boost the morale of the citizens and the army. There were many benefits to it. Of course, everyone knew of these benefits, but the reason why they hadn't implemented it all this while was because of the fundamental problem of strength. Using fortifications in the cities to deal with the beast hordes that could only fight a war of attrition, and using them to deal with the bloodthirsty and cunning beast hordes in the wild, were two completely different concepts. The reason why my suggestion was rejected by everyone was due to their lack of understanding and confidence in the military strength of the country. How can we be considered a strong army without going through the trials of battle? No matter what, the frenzied beastmen would be easier to deal with than the brainless beast hordes. Even if we are worried about those young lads, the new soldiers would be able to grow swiftly with the guidance of the veterans. An army that has never seen blood, no matter how well equipped they are, can only be considered as security guards. I didn't argue with them. After all, words were useless. In the end, it would still depend on strength to convince them. In any case, the army was already in my hands, so I should just prepare for it. Right? My current identity was rather awkward. After all, I was the prince of the Mist Country. Even though the royal family of this country claimed to be my descendant and had received the recognition of the world, from a legal perspective, I should be considered as a member of the royal family. However, logically speaking, I should be considered as an emperor who had already retired from the throne. However, I had never been an emperor, and I wasn't dead either. How did I become an emperor just like that? This relationship was so messed up that even the most formidable heraldry expert, the study of noble bloodlines and family emblems, wouldn't be able to sort out this mess. As for the military power that I currently held, it was under the identity of Princess Renee's guardian knight. That's right, guardian knight, and not a knight of military merit. After all, not too long ago, in order to use the Roland sacred sword to prove my identity, I could only ask Renee to help me confer the title of knight in name only. In the end, she conferred me the title of guardian knight right at the city gates of Definder. We're about to enter the city, so how can we have the time to look for the Senate to confirm your noble title and territory? In any case, There are many precedents of older brothers and fathers serving as the guardian knight of a single princess. Big brother Roland is just like my big brother, so you can just make do with the title of guardian knight. As she said this, Renee's face flushed red. It was apparent that she was a little embarrassed. However, the identity of guardian knight was indeed very convenient. Using the identity of Renee's representative to deal with matters, it also avoided a lot of awkwardness. At that time, I felt that this was a good idea, and even praised Renee a few words. Her adaptability isn't bad, and this lass is quite quick-witted. That's more like my descendant. Even though I was praising her from the bottom of my heart, for some reason, the moment I said these words, Kelly and Renee's faces darkened. There were even people from the undead army behind us who laughed out loud. All right, back to the main topic. At the very least, this identity of Renee's representative gave me, who didn't have an official position, some confidence when I called for an administrative meeting. In reality, there were many things that weren't convenient to talk about during the meeting, but I had already begun to deal with them. Since the symbol of royal authority, the Roland sacred sword, has reappeared in the world, Donglan should be able to discuss the legitimacy and merger of the Mist Country with the other smaller countries. There's also the Frigid Maw altar in the middle of the snowy mountains. Who knows how many new Frigid Maw have been born over the past 300 years? It's about time for a true Aurora Knight to be born. These two matters can only be accomplished by me personally. Troublesome matters came one after another. At this moment, I missed Eliza immensely. With her around, I could be at ease and leave all the work to her. Why don't I find some time to chat with her? System notice. Your death-seeking has broken through the heavens. Cough, this time, I really didn't come out to criticize you for courting death. Instead, I have another daily quest. Please accept it. Ding. Daily quest. Today's unlucky fellow. Please punish at least 3 villains who have committed evil deeds. Depending on the identity of the person being punished, you will be rewarded with 1 to 100 fate points. There is no upper limit. However, if you fail, 1,000 fate points will be deducted. You don't need to do daily quests just because you have so many fate points recently that you aren't afraid of deducting it. If you still fail this daily quest, 10,000 fate points will be deducted the next time. Looking at this daily quest, I was momentarily stunned. Doing evil doesn't necessarily mean that it's illegal. If it's illegal, it's more likely that it's evil. In the past, it would be easy to find any villains to punish. I just have to find a criminal in the prison. However, due to the Homecoming Day celebration, the amnesty order was just passed down. Where am I supposed to find a criminal? If I were to directly go and find a criminal right now, the gods' notice in the sinless land would seem to be right beside my ears. Even the most deranged villains would fear the might of the gods and restrain themselves for a period of time. Looks like I can only admit that I'm unlucky. The darn system must be pissed at me and wants to mess with me. 1,000 fate points it is, but I really need to be careful of the 10,000 fate points tomorrow. Uft. The scene in front of me caused me to spit out my tea. I rubbed my eyes and wondered if I was hallucinating. It was a group of men running. Among them, there were quite a few familiar figures. The one leading them was that tall and mighty Minotaur. Returning to nature and walking with the wind, this is the true nature of us Minotaurs. My real name isn't important. Please call me the Son of Wind. Come, my friends, please join us in this beautiful run of riding the wind. As I expected, there were quite a few guards chasing behind this group of bastards. Other than wooden sticks, they were also brandishing messy clothes and pants. Lord, at least wear your underwear. Underwear, underwear. The shouts of the city guards echoed in the streets. My face immediately turned green. Son of Wind, your head. Is it because this is the underground world? How many Minotaurs are there in the entire Definder? Isn't it obvious from the start? The Supreme Judge is leading the team to run naked. How are the judges of the Church of Law going to conduct themselves tomorrow. I thought that you would be able to hold it in for a few days. You can't take it anymore? My family is unlucky. Thus, I picked up the Silver Avenger without hesitation. I get it now. So the system isn't pissed at me, but at that stupid Minotaur. Fine, I'll clean up my family today. Ding. You guessed it right, but there's no reward. The system continued to prompt. Think about it. Why does the quest require at least 3 people? Yes, due to the miracle of the Sinless City, those local criminals will have to restrain themselves for a period of time. However, have you forgotten that there is still a group of weirdos who are experts in guessing the boundaries of the law? Do you want to become the fireworks expert that everyone envies? Do you want to comprehend the profound meaning of the underground world's sacrificial rites? Safe, reliable, and dazzling. The safety brand fireworks are on sale. You deserve it. All right, the villains who sold dangerous goods and fake goods have appeared. It's time for us to settle our grudges. I want to avenge my lover number 38. Leaning against the wall with a bow in hand, a Draken hunter with the demeanor of an expert stands tall. Ha! Don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you advance to legend. A true hunter will never fear the strength of their prey. That will only make us happier. Your weakness has long been exposed to me. The next moment will be the day of your death. This is an old dwarf hunter. Although he looks ordinary, the silver, gleaming hunting rifle in his hand is obviously not an ordinary weapon. At a stall on the side, a gnome is shouting with all his might. The grudges from 30 years ago have been settled in a single night. A peerless battle is about to begin. Cabala Gambling House is currently accepting all kinds of bets. If you bet that the Legend Draken will win, the payout is 1, 2. If you bet that the Ace Archer will win, the payout is 1, 3. If you bet that both sides will perish together, the payout is 110. If you bet that both sides will settle the grudges with a smile, the payout is 100. All right then, there were gambling scams and private brawls. Hearing all this, I knew what I had to do. Before the underground world and the Church of Law's reputation were thrown into the gutter by these bastards, I had to hurry up and clean up the mess. Can I bet that due to some special reason the duel has been stopped? Of course you can. The payout is 1-7. However, the ending of the grudges with a smile isn't included. The moment the gleeful Cabala raises his head and sees me, his smiling face turns into a crying face. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Instead, I throw a bag of gold coins at his head. Keep it well. After I settle this bunch of bastards, I will ask you for your reward. All right. What followed after was a delightful night of suppression. After running until I was out of breath, I immediately placed rebuilding the town's security as the most important task at hand. In the end, not only did I complete the daily mission on time, I even accumulated more than 700 points. Of course, the nude running of the highest bishop is destined to be a stain on the Church of Law. However, in the future history, this is how this dark history will be recorded. AD 1897, during the homecoming celebration, due to his heartfelt joy for the knight who returned home, the highest bishop, Shueti, drank too much during the celebration. After that, he lost his virtue. Although he didn't violate any laws, in order to punish himself, he hung himself on the highest flagpole in the palace for 3 days and 3 nights. The people of the world sighed at his noble virtue of upholding justice and being strict with himself. They named him as the Just Hanged Man. Hanging him on the flagpole became the path of cultivation for every judge when they were at a loss. In order to commemorate this legendary story, the homecoming sun breeze became a traditional custom. Of course, most of the participants would still wear underwear. Chapter 133, AD 1897, the Summer of the Griffin. Facing the worsening situation of the country, in order to deal with the impending eternal holy war, the Night Princess Renee, Cheen Mist of the Donglon Principality, made up her mind to retrieve the lost glory of the Mist Country. She worked hard and went through many trials before finally obtaining the recognition of her ancestor, the Valkyrie Roland Mist. Following the return of the undead army, marked by the homecoming celebration and the first winter hunting season in 300 years, history turned over a new page and the Northern Wolf King, who ruled over the North, finally rose once more. This is a review from a certain historical journal many years later. Looking at it from here, it seems rather normal. Of course, to the majority of the audience, this isn't the main point from the very start. Princess Renée, who remained unmarried for her entire life, actually allowed her ancestor, Roland, to become the guardian knight. This is the hot topic of countless poems and dramas in the future, although there aren't any detailed historical records left behind. Considering the chaotic family relationships of the Northlanders and the fact that Princess Renée remained unmarried for her entire life, we can guess that there is some truth to this creation. As for the rumor that Princess Renée's sexual orientation is a little strange, it should just be a cover to deceive the public. The above is an excerpt from exploring the historical archetypes of the 10 great classical love operas, compiled by a publishing house under the cultural department of the Einlach Empire. Note: this book is viewed as a forbidden book by the Donlan Empire and the other northern countries. The author was once hunted down by the people of Donlan. If he were to bring this book into the northern lands and get ganged up on, he would be asking for it. The publishing house isn't responsible for it. All right, I won't pursue the matter of this publishing house that courted death to the extreme in the future. I won't even consider the trouble that this guardian knight would cause in the future either. At the very least, for the time being, he has resolved the awkward problem of my character's position and prevented the strange situation of having 2 corps in Donlan. After all, the Eastlan Principality was currently rebuilding its various armies, and all the army commanders were undead knight. From an outsider's point of view, it was as if I had descended from the sky and taken control of a new army. Naturally, it would feel like I was just a figurehead, so it was best to avoid certain things. Most of the army divisions were formed very smoothly. Just as they revealed their intentions to expand the army, the Ministry of War and the recruitment points were filled to the brim. Although, due to the backwardness of the industry, there was no need to think about weapons and equipment, at least there were enough people and training could begin. Naturally, there were also those who were unlucky. Some armies met with trouble right from the start, and it was a huge problem that could not be solved in a short period of time. As Houndmaster, there's a full set of training methods, and it's even an improved version. The people who signed up are all smart kids that were carefully selected, and they're all good seedlings. Those undead rangers also showed off their dog training skills, and the dozen or so skeleton dogs surrounded and ambushed them, giving them the taste of a battlefield. But the problem is, the Tuck fighting dog is extinct? How is that possible? All right, I really didn't expect this problem. The Tuck fighting dog is a large fighting dog unique to the northern lands. They are at least half the height of a human, and their snow-white fur is extremely resistant to the cold. They have sharp teeth and a keen sense of smell, and they are naturally aggressive and loyal. They are the best companions of the Houndmaster, and after training, they even dare to fight with lions. Only then did we realize that the destruction of the country back then was too great of a loss, and all of the domesticated fighting dogs were lost. After that, there were consecutive natural disasters, and even humans couldn't eat their fill, let alone the dogs. Those that didn't run into the mountains to become wild dogs were basically eaten up by the refugees. At the very least, there isn't a single fighting dog left in Definder. After hesitating for a moment, I finally asked, since the fighting dogs are extinct, why don't we try changing into an Houndmaster? The northern lands might not have much, but there are definitely plenty of wolves. It seems that the winter wolves are quite strong as well. They seem to be of the canine family, so there shouldn't be much of a difference. All right, the moment these words came out of my mouth, the undead rangers looked at me as though I was an alien. Your Highness, wolves and dogs are fundamentally different species, and the wild nature of wolves is hard to tame. Furthermore, winter wolves are magic beasts, so no matter how you look at it, they are completely different from ordinary wolves. My lips moved a little, but I didn't say anything. Should I go and talk to them about Darwin's theory of evolution? Furthermore, who knows how the dogs and wolves in the other world evolved? They might really be a different species, and it would be even more embarrassing if I were to get it wrong. Crossing species is indeed a difficult problem, but speaking of this, when I mentioned crossing species, I suddenly thought of a certain person. The reason why you still like humans is because you haven't met a life that you truly love. Species? That has never been a problem. The elder brother of a certain true love brother and sister duo. Thus, I tried to bring up this topic. Even if it sounds inconceivable, we can still give it a try. You guys should go and look for the hunter named Bayfong. Herald. And he is the legendary human who, Prisoner Bayfong, Crime Bayfong, Judgment Bayfong. No, don't look at me like that. I haven't given up on my treatment, and I didn't take any medicine today either. Trust me, you guys should go and look for him, first to give it a try. The rangers left doubtfully. I was secretly glad that I managed to fool them, and I forgot about the matter. I didn't expect that after 2 months, the rangers would rush into my office and tell me a piece of shocking good news. What? That fellow actually succeeded in taming a winter wolf. Herald Polar Wolf Tamer? What does this name count for? Right, how did he succeed? Why is everyone silent? All right, I know that I shouldn't ask, but please don't tell me and don't spread it out. If the Herald Polar Wolf Tamer could be considered to have found a replacement by chance, there were a few armies that, due to various reasons, were unable to be formed. Due to the existence of the Dragon Knight Timir, the living signboard of the Black Griffin Aerial Squadron, the registration for this meritorious squadron was very enthusiastic. However, the registration was closed after a day, and Timir didn't accept a single person. The reason? Without powerful aerial mounts, how could an aerial squadron be formed? From the name of the Black Griffin Aerial Squadron, it can be seen that the Mist Kingdom's aerial cavalry was no different from the other human empires in the past. They still relied on griffins as their main force. However, the current Donglan couldn't afford to rear expensive griffins. Furthermore, with the outbreak of the Holy War, it was clear that it was difficult to purchase such military supplies. Seeing that his brothers had already formed an army while he was still a lone commander, how could Timir not be anxious? The suggestion to transfer the Aurora Knight and the high-tier Headless Knight into the aerial squadron is rejected. Timir, don't look so bitter. I will get Bastion to capture a bunch of manticores and send them over. They are much stronger than griffins. What? That's two different matters? Manticores are impossible to tame? Believe me, you might need a Bayfong. What? Group tactics can only be used in a group of griffins? All right, if you insist on griffins, I remember that Little Red is rearing a flock of them. It is possible to borrow a few dozen of them. However, if it is 100 of them, even if she is willing to give them to us, we won't be able to afford it. Just like how the energy consumption of a mechanical flying unit is 100 times that of a chariot, in order to break free from the shackles of gravity, a large amount of energy must be expended. In the end, flying units are generally huge energy consumers. This is the case for machines, magic creatures, and even living birds of prey. The humans, griffins, and giant eagles are considered good, but they still require a large amount of meat for every meal. A meal of 400 to 500 griffins is roughly enough to feed 10,000 people. Even the head of finance and logistics would faint if he were to do so. However, if the griffins aren't in a flock, they wouldn't be of much use. All right, at most 30 of them. They can only be used as scouts. We really can't afford to rear any more of them. So be it. At least it is better than a lone commander. After Timir sighed and left, a new problem came. This time, the ones who came were Fanderk and Lonnie. They were once outstanding users of holy light. After being converted into undead creatures, the two of them became outstanding Death Knight. However, The army that they formed met with an even bigger problem. Originally, their Dawnhammer army was a holy light army with holy knight and battle priests as the core. However, not to mention Donglan's dissatisfaction with the holy church, this would definitely slow down the progress of the recruitment process. Furthermore, the fact that the leader and vice leader were unable to use holy light was the biggest problem. A Death Knight who was unable to use holy light was teaching holy light and holy knight battle techniques. This was a completely embarrassing situation. Furthermore, if an undead were to stay among a large group of holy light users, it was possible that they would be purified by the holy light for no reason one day. This was something that they had to guard against. Why don't we try forming a Black Warrior or Black Knight army? Or perhaps we should form a Death Knight army and teach those kids the battle techniques of Death Knight in advance. In the end, the fallen Holy Knight army and Death Knight army fell through. After all, the requirements for a job were too ridiculous. There was not a single living knight who would take the initiative to change into a Death Knight. As for the Eternal Wind Knight army, Slants, who was in the midst of forming a Light Knight army, the content of our discussion could be roughly described with 11 words. Money? Horses? Equipment? No money. No horses. No equipment. A knight was a money-burning job, and a knight army was even more so. How strong the logistics of a country was in order to support a strong knight army. Hearing my reply, the cool Slants turned around and left. Perhaps he knew from the start that he wouldn't be able to get it. However, how could he be satisfied if he didn't try? Initially, I thought that it would be easy to recruit soldiers to form a new army. However, when I really sat in this position, a myriad of miscellaneous matters came crashing down on me. Only then did I realize that I was too naive. I could still think of ways to overcome the flaws in the front, but there were some areas where I was at a dead end. Among them, the most difficult one was that Donglan's industrial standards were lagging behind this era. This lag was in all aspects. Smithing, iron, mining, engineering, alchemy, all of them were still at the level of 100 to 200 years ago. Even if there were wise rulers who tried to work hard in this area, putting aside the hostility and blockade of the mainstream human society, even if others were willing to sell, Donglan wouldn't be able to afford it. The old smithing furnaces were still the models from 2 centuries ago. All of the alchemy and engineering shops were selling low-end standardized products. After losing the last rich mining area 20 years ago, the mining industry declined rapidly. Now, it was as if there was nothing left. In this world, if one wanted to forge a good sword, they would first need a miner to gather a sufficient amount of iron ore. Then the iron ore would be processed into steel ingots and iron ingots before being handed over to a blacksmith to forge. If one came across a high-quality sword, they would even hire an enchanter or alchemist to carve magic runes and enchant them. With Donglan's current industrial standards, not to mention analyzing the new weapons obtained from the Ottoman Empire, it would be difficult for them to even repair the damaged equipment in the armory, not to mention providing the new army with quality equipment. Even a low-quality iron sword required countless processes, not to mention the superior equipment of the Ace Knight Order. Donglan fell into a strange situation where they had blueprints but no craftsmen, technology but no equipment, templates but no raw materials. This was the difference between them. Fortunately, I had dug up quite a number of talents from the Ottoman Empire. There were talents from all walks of life, but to let them live and work in peace and to truly assimilate into the bloodline of this country, it would require a large amount of time. Currently, what we lacked the most was time. Boom! Boom! From afar, the sound of an explosion reverberates through the clouds. The roof beams that were sent flying across the sky, spiraling into the distance. However, the citizens were already used to it. After all, such explosions were a daily routine. Previously, the citizens couldn't understand why I had designated a separate area for the specialists of various professions to do their research. However, after seeing the daily explosions here and there, they finally understood my painstaking efforts back then. But this time, after the explosion, they saw a familiar figure. It was the miracle alchemist Olivia, whose entire body was emitting smoke. At this moment, even though she was in a sorry state, her face was filled with excitement. Ever since she became Ingo's apprentice, the number of explosions that Olivia made up half of the entire research area. Every day, she would do it at least 3 times, sometimes even 10 times. Even so, she didn't die from it. Perhaps this is the origin of the name Miracle. While I was criticizing her in my heart, Olivia smiled happily when she saw me. Your Highness, I have made some progress in the research that you wanted me to do. Just as you said, it might be able to change this world. Chapter 134. Magical Engineering, a new theory that is destined to change the structure of the entire world in the future, is still in its infancy. It isn't a brand new theory that suddenly popped up. Instead, it is a combination of scientific theories based on engineering and forging materials, as well as magical theories based on magic formation and alchemy. It only started to shine in the middle of the Holy War. 2 of its creators were poached by me from the very start. Putting aside Tim Ladd, who is still doing his homework in a public elementary school, Olivia, who is learning from the great alchemist Ingo BR, is improving rapidly. The goblin had boasted about accepting a genius disciple many times in private. At the same time, he complained that his disciple's inventions are too unreliable and that he was cheated many times. Thus, as her sponsor, I unhesitatingly gave her the research topic that I had planned. Without a doubt, this is cheating in a certain sense. I invited the original inventor over, threw the original research topic to her, and even provided her with research conditions that far exceed what she had in the past. If she still doesn't succeed, then there is nothing I can do about it. Of course, they aren't as mature as in history, so I have sufficient patience to wait and reap the fruits of my labor. But now, Olivia actually told me that there is progress in her research. Naturally, I am overjoyed. Your Highness Roland, everyone is still trying to decipher and analyze the other subjects. However, the portable energy battery that you gave me happens to be within the field of magic formation and alchemy that I specialize in. With the help of my teacher and everyone else, I have already made some progress. I am overjoyed. This portable energy battery happens to be the research target that I have been looking forward to the most. If I can overcome this obstacle, the progress of my research in the future will be greatly accelerated. In the history, there isn't a single new technology that has a greater impact than magical engineering. In the end, it is because this technology was originally prepared for the weak humans, and humans are undoubtedly the main force of the Order faction. The idea behind its design is that since humans need to train for at least a few years before they can obtain supernatural powers, and many magical beasts are born with natural talents and magic, why not just add an external power source and use a mechanical shell to imitate the abilities of those magical beasts, saving the time needed for humans to train and accumulate power? The warrior as the operator, the magic engine as the energy source, the weapon peripherals, and the outer shell of the armor as the output. The 3 of them work together to form a perfect cycle. Without a doubt, the magic engine that used the portable energy source as its core was the core of this design concept. When this cycle was formed, the goal was to allow ordinary humans to use supernatural abilities. Even in the later stages of the game, the magical mechanical dragon that was able to wrestle with true dragons was just an extension of this design concept. It was just that the magical engine was powerful and the mechanical outer shell was also extremely powerful. However, there was no fundamental change or subversion in the design concept. The outer shell of the mech wasn't a problem from the very start. Sulphur Mountain City's engineering was the best in the world, and Roland No. 2's mech was already very powerful. However, the Titan's Heart wasn't a product that could be mass-produced. The other Roland series required an astronomical number of cores and energy sources, which was why it couldn't be mass-produced. It was said that the magic machinery was powered by the body of the living, and it could even be quickly charged by a mage. In that case, as long as there was enough energy, it could be used repeatedly and the returns from a one-time investment would be limitless. This was the reason why it could be mass-produced. Of course, making heavy machinery was definitely a foolish and strenuous move. My ambition wasn't that unrealistic. The Ottoman White Wolf Guard relied on their explosive javelins and indestructible exploding swords to become a silver rank warrior. This was enough to prove that a pseudo-magic weapon could overturn the fighting style of an ordinary warrior and raise their fighting prowess to a frenzied level. Even though I had a large batch of White Wolf Guard equipment in my hands, analyzing it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. I reckoned that even if I were to analyze the secrets behind it, it would still be difficult to mass-produce such top-notch equipment, which involved the structure of alloys and high-level enchantments. The biggest possibility was that we wouldn't be able to afford the raw materials and the industrial technology wasn't up to standard, thus making it a Dragon Slayer's technology. However, if every single one of my warriors were to have a magic sword that didn't have many requirements to use, just the most basic elemental enchantment and cannons would be able to completely change the positioning of a warrior on the battlefield. This was a shortcut to raising one's basic fighting prowess. Thus, from the very start, the core of the problem was the rechargeable magic engine, which was also my primary goal to tackle. One of the core technologies of this magic engine was a portable energy battery that could be rechargeable. Now that Olivia told me that she had successfully tackled the problem, how could I not be overjoyed? Initially, I thought that it would take me 3 years to tackle the problem. However, it has only been 3 months since the Ottoman era, and I have already gotten results. No matter how I look at it, I can't believe it. Perhaps it was because my gaze was too intense that she felt embarrassed under my gaze. Olivia lowered her head and muttered, "Lord, I didn't come up with it alone. Teacher BR, I know, and Lord Kakana helped me a lot. Or rather, it should be said that it was done by our group." Tyrant Plague Lich Kakana? I was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. Kakana was originally an ace alchemist among the commoners. It was said that her goal back then was to become an alchemy merchant who sells beauty products and nutrition products. The more tenacious one's will is, the more resentful a soul is, the easier it is to turn into an undead. Even though she didn't manage to fulfill her long-cherished wish, she was still unwilling to reveal what her long-cherished wish was. She responded to my call and became a member of the newly born Red Hunting Hounds. Alchemist and saint are occupations that rely on accumulating knowledge. They are famous for their slow advancement. Time and experience are the greatest bottlenecks for their growth. Initially, Kakana, who was an adept at fighting, was just a little sister whom everyone carefully protected. However, towards the end, she became one of the most fearsome existences in the army. Alchemist is a job where the more knowledge one has, the stronger they become. The longer they live, the more fearsome they become. As long as they have enough time, there are no dangerous experiments that they can't do, no strange ideas that they can't try, no poisons that they can't concoct. After 300 years of accumulation, the potions that she concocted are ones that the living wouldn't dare to drink. Even the undead wouldn't dare to drink. She grew from a skeleton mage to a lich. As for how strong she is now, I don't know. After all, I didn't have the chance to let her go all out. Liches are existences that are at least legend rank. Her title of Tyrant Plague also shows how the world views her. The number of lives that have died in the plagues that she created is uncountable. Furthermore, she has 3 apprentices, and one of them is a lich. To the human kingdoms that treat gold rank alchemists as national treasures, an alchemist of legend rank and above is a rare treasure. 2 legend rank and 2 gold rank alchemists to form a research team is an unparalleled treasure. It is because they are too capable and the direction of their research is the most lethal poison, plague, etc. That's why I have been suppressing them, not giving them the chance to display their talents. Otherwise, if they were to really create a few destructive super plagues, even the gods would gather together to deal with us. The explosion alchemist, BR of Goblin Alchemy, the miracle alchemist Olivia of human alchemy, the tyrant plague Kakana of undead alchemy, and her research team. Unintentionally or unintentionally, the Alchemy Research Department in Donglan has gathered a top-notch research team that could put even a superpower to shame. No, the reason why we could succeed this time is due to luck. It is all thanks to Olivia's ingenious ideas. A faint, green soul fire burned fiercely within the skeleton. Underneath the white robe were dried bones filled with mana. Just the existence of this skeleton would strike fear into the hearts of the living. If it weren't for the slightly high-pitched, mana-synthesized voice, no one would have thought that this was actually a female. However, from the looks of it, she seems to be a little unused to the doctor's coat. As she walks, she would subconsciously tug at the fabric of her chest and sleeves. It is also my suggestion to get the undead to wear the clothes of ordinary humans. Of course, it isn't because I have a unique interest in looking at the skeleton uniform show or the zombie bunny girl. Rather, it is because the tattered and dull style of the undead is one of the reasons why the living would stay away from them. Now that they are changed, even though they aren't used to it, at the very least, it looks much more comfortable to the onlookers. I didn't expect that the product of my accidental failed experiment would come in handy. It was originally used to make ice in my family's storage room. At this moment, a few knight who rushed over after hearing the news rushes over. They skillfully flip over the debris of the wooden house and pull out the half-cooked goblin. As for the goblin who has been waiting in the ruins for a long time, he takes out 2 bottles of medicine and gulps it down. The burns on his body heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After seeing me, he runs over energetically with a smile on his face. Old friend, big fat sheep. Oh no. Respected big sponsor, we have completed your order. It's time to talk about the remuneration. This goblin seems to feel that as long as there is money to be made, he can be even more zombie-like than a zombie. I am stunned by his actions, but the others have a look of satisfaction on their faces. This cycle of explosion, quick treatment, next explosion has become a daily routine for them. In fact, for the convenience of rebuilding and saving lives, their temporary laboratory is a simple wooden house. As I listened to their reports, I quickly figured out the reason why they were able to break through so quickly. That is to say, the original magic formation for the portable energy source was discovered by Olivia a long time ago. It's just that now that she was given this research topic, she suddenly remembered it. Yes, that is something I obtained by chance when I first started learning alchemy. It is a magic formation that allows energy to circulate and circulate. It can be used to cool down the basement for a long period of time. Using that as the blueprint, we developed a miniature energy source that can store energy for a long period of time. Originally, we used a military radar to develop a microwave oven. Due to the carelessness of the experimenter, penicillin appeared. While changing experimental equipment, we accidentally discovered X-rays, and an apple falling from a tree created gravity. In another world, facts have proven the importance of coincidence and luck in scientific inventions. I didn't expect that the alchemy research in this world would be the same. Perhaps, from the very start, Olivia was the only one who held the key to opening the treasure vault. I directly asked the original inventor to invent the energy source, and the result was that I successfully recreated this coincidence. That is a flowing, liquid magic formation. It is a 3-dimensional structure with 16 layers. However, its total size is only about the size of an egg. It should be able to meet your requirements. Just by looking at its outer appearance, it looks like a sparkling and translucent crystal. A faint red liquid is slowly flowing within it. However, when I touch the surface, I can feel the vigorous magic power beneath the calm surface, as if it is alive and kicking. Well done. I will double the remuneration I promised. The next research goal is to equip individual weapons with energy sources and make them practical. It seems that very soon we will have several new and powerful troop types. According to others, I had been wearing a strange smile that afternoon. I would smile when I met them, shake hands with them, and return their greetings with a smile. This scared quite a few people. However, I did have a reason to be happy, other than the profits that this Olivia's Magic Box, I personally named it, but I rejected the name Olivia's Love Egg, would bring. This technological breakthrough also ensured that a large portion of the wealth that the magical machinery revolution would bring in was already in my hands. When the time comes, all the countries will come knocking on my door to buy it. According to my plan, I will definitely sell it, but how to sell it is a big problem. It is a must to extort a large sum of money from them. Perhaps it might even help Donglon break the ice in diplomatic relations. This diplomatic thinking of making enemies everywhere is too foolish. Even if you want to cut them down with a knife, you should at least pretend to be friendly on the surface. That way, stabbing them in the back will be the most effective. During that period of time, I was constantly thinking about how to extort money from them in the future. Naturally, I had a strange smile on my face. The only thing that caused my smile to crumble was that I received 2 pieces of news in a row. The first one was within my expectations. Due to the earth elemental god's restlessness among the beastmen, the territories of the beastmen were already filled with spies sent by the various countries. Furthermore, Rosemary's news came just in time. This winter, the internal conflict among the beastmen will end. The cold winter isn't suitable for the beastman army, who lacks food and clothing, to attack the south. However, I'm afraid that the moment the winter thaws next year, the beastmen will descend from the mountains. When I received this news, I sighed. What would come would eventually come. However, the good news was that at least winter wouldn't come. It was a good thing that we still had half a year to prepare. However, if winter really came, it would be much easier to deal with it using the cold weather. The other important piece of news was a sudden bombshell. The Shilua Empire suddenly declared war on the 4 neighboring countries. The undead army immediately crossed the Death Swamp, snowy mountain highlands, scorching desert, and other forbidden zones for life to launch a surprise attack on the various countries. This time, 8 of the 12 senators were mobilized. The number of troops mobilized was uncountable. The surprise attack was very successful. The human kingdoms weren't prepared for it at all. In the war, the few kingdoms retreated step by step, including the mega empire of the continent, the Swallow Federation. If this surprise attack by the undead was an unexpected turn of events, then the intelligence officers of the various countries were completely unable to comprehend what happened next. The 3rd senator, Pride Omar, who had just taken office for less than 3 months, rebelled. He led the army that he had just gained control of to rebel. At the crucial moment, the royalty faction chose to remain neutral. The parliament faction was forced to face them head-on. The Shilua Empire was split into 3, and a full-blown civil war broke out. Clearly, the war was going smoothly. 2 of the small kingdoms were on the verge of being destroyed, yet a civil war broke out. Furthermore, it was a chaotic war that split into 3. What kind of rhythm was this? The pride of the 7 deadly sins, Omar. Mist, the super expert who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, was able to make the bone dragon Queen Gria voluntarily relinquish her position as the 3rd senator. In an instant, he became a hot topic in the entire continent. When he proclaimed himself as the son of Yongya, the head of the 7 deadly sins, and the fact that he betrayed Emperor Yongya but wasn't completely eliminated was brought up, everyone had the feeling of, damn, so he is a super fierce person. Fei Man, you are still as short-sighted as ever. Do you think that removing Omar's seal and letting him out would be able to suppress the royalty faction? Yeah, he can indeed suppress them. But do you think that he won't be able to suppress your Dark Knight Council? Aren't you giving him a chance to rebel by allowing him to lead a team alone? I could roughly understand Feynman's thoughts. He probably hoped to use Omar to suppress Lionheart and the others of the royalty faction. Then he would seize the opportunity of the Holy War to gather all of Shilua's power to wage war against the living. In his mind, Omar's rebellion back then was probably for the sake of greater authority and power. Then, I would be able to give him any promise he wants. As long as the army of the death dimension arrives, it wouldn't be a big deal even if he doesn't fulfill his promise. Omar, I'm afraid that other than me, it is impossible for him to accept anyone else's command. As the incarnation of arrogance, he can't accept the fact that someone's position is higher than his. To him, there is no need for a reason to betray. If he were to forcefully find a reason when questioned, I don't like you. You're too ugly. You want to command the beautiful me with such an ugly face. Such infuriating words would probably come out of that darned brat's mouth. I understood that darned brat too well. With his super powerful undead controllability, known as the supreme privilege of the Prince of Darkness, as long as the undead were under his command, there was basically no way for them to return. Perhaps, just like back then, he had secretly controlled a few undead lords. This civil war would be a long one. I couldn't help but feel pity for Feyman. He had painstakingly planned for so many years, accumulated sufficient military strength, sorted out the 12 senators, and even grasped the golden opportunity at the start of the Holy War. He had probably even investigated the invasion site countless times. But in the end, everything was ruined just like that. Who will win? In terms of strength, Omar takes 3 and Feyman takes 7. However, if Lionheart doesn't make use of this opportunity to play some tricks, he wouldn't be worthy of following me for so many years. Forget it, it doesn't matter at all. Regardless of who wins, Shilua will lose. The ambitious Ottoman Empire's information network was truly powerful. However, the valuable information that those elite spies risked their lives to obtain fell into my hands right away through Rosemary's phylactery. The situation was vastly different from one another, but the only similarity was that it wasn't peaceful. The night of 100 demons, a storm is brewing. We have to hurry. The most important thing right now is the hybrid autonomous region and the altar of the far north. We can't drag it on any longer. After I settle the miscellaneous matters on hand, it will be time for us to head out again. Due to the scarcity of members of the royal family, the training grounds of the Donglan Royal Palace were opened to the Royal Knights' training grounds a long time ago. However, today, the training grounds were sealed once again. Other than the fact that there were a few experts clashing and it was too dangerous for spectators. Today was also the day for the testing of the newest weapon. Actually, the requirements for the new weapon weren't too high. At the very least, the core of the weapon had to be equipped with a fire conversion magic array and the outer shell of a mechanical magic sword. Regardless of whether it was fire or machinery, they were the specialties of the goblin engineers. As long as they were given sufficient bonuses, the efficiency and passion of the goblins were something that other races couldn't comprehend. It was unimaginable for them to work 23 hours a day. In less than half a month, the prototype that I requested for was barely completed. The crimson magic sword slashed down with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Blinding flames covered the tip of the sword. Just the heat from the tip of the sword was enough to make one feel suffocated. The wooden rake in front of me was struck by the sword. Then, the wooden target began to burn and swiftly turned into black ashes. Did it succeed? However, in the next second, the gemstone vibrating egg on the hilt of the sword flashed and extinguished. At the same time, the tip of the sword began to melt. A few seconds later, the melted portion began to spread and the entire sword heated up rapidly before turning into a puddle of molten iron. Did it fail again? It seems to be a little weak. However, the wielder of the sword looked at the sword hilt in his hand regretfully, as though he didn't feel anything at all towards the boiling molten iron dripping on his body. After all, the temperature that he had reached before was definitely not something that a small magic sword could achieve. Nonsense. How could it possibly withstand your full power? The reason why I asked you, a semi-god, to come here is to test its maximum output. How about it? Adam scratched his head. Bronze pinnacle. No, it can barely be considered as a lower silver. Obviously, to him, this level of firepower wasn't sufficient at all. However, His regretful words made the recording beside him burst into cheers of joy. This was already much better than what he had expected. Those present here were the top experts of the entire Donglan. The reason why I wanted them here wasn't just to observe the testing of the new weapon. So, since the magic sword and magic firearm have passed the initial test, let's start on the next step. We will use them as the core to create 2 new army types. In order to allow these new army types to truly step onto the stage of history, I have a decision. Valkyrie Basra, Adam, Oldferdy, and Fade. The 4 of them were highly qualified great sword saints. Furthermore, they weren't just physical sword saints. Other than swordsmanship, they had their own specialties. At this moment, even if I didn't say anything, they would be able to guess some things. After all, I had already asked Basra for all the information on his Twilight Blade. Magic swordsman advancement. Yes, we will open up a path for everyone to walk on. At the very least, we must ensure that the path doesn't become a dead end after a certain point. Every job has its own skills and battle style that is most suitable for them. So, we have to create an advanced job that is suitable for these magic swordsmen. A type of advanced magic swordsman that is far more powerful than the useless arcane knight. An advanced magic swordsman between silver and gold rank for elemental swordcaster. I am willing to be the first swordcaster. Chapter 135. It isn't rare to see advanced jobs in this world. On the contrary, almost every expert who reaches a certain level will choose the most suitable advanced job for them. To other experts, it is a necessary requirement to reach a certain level. However, in my system interface, there is a more direct view. LV60 Warrior / LV7 Weapon Master. LV60 Justice Knight / LV2 Adjudicator. LV60 Mage / LV1 Mage of Fortune. The former are basic jobs, while the latter are advanced jobs. As a basic job, one has to go through 3 stages, namely iron, bronze, and silver. Only by continuously grinding and maturing can one step into the advanced job. In reality, there isn't much difference between basic jobs. What they use are common skills and abilities. The main difference is still in their talent and basic attributes. Choosing an advanced job is also a choice for the future. They choose to specialize in something, which means that they are giving up on the others. After advancing to legend, they can even specialize in 1 or 2 abilities to crush everything else. For example, there is a certain Draken who is getting more and more Bayfoam. Recently, I can't even say his name. His normal job is Ranger, and his advanced job is Beastmaster. In other words, after reaching Gold Rank Ranger, he basically gave up on his shooting, survival, trapping, tracking, dual blades, and other common ranger abilities to focus on controlling and taming beasts. When he reaches legend rank and gathers that mysterious heart of universal love, he is able to bring his beast taming and pet controlling abilities to the extreme. It is said that in that battle on the sea, he actually managed to make the sea monster hesitate for a moment. If it wasn't for the constant cannon fire, he might have succeeded in taming it. A legend rank being able to cause such an obvious effect on an epic tier sea monster is unimaginable. If he really succeeded in taming it, having a deep sea monster as a pet would increase his battle prowess by a few hundred times. This is enough to prove the fundamental, subversive effect of specialization on experts. What? You said that this fellow defies the heavens, but he isn't a representative at all. And you aren't wrong. I don't think that there is any other beast tamer hunter in this world who loves his job to such an extent. Willpower is the soul, and the soul is the power. On the contrary, normal souls have the limits of mortals. The more stubborn and crazy a soul is, the more terrifying the potential. From a certain perspective, he is indeed far from normal, ridiculously far, but his potential is limitless. Thinking about this, I can't help but be stunned. If he continues to soar like this, the position of Beast God and Beast God will remain empty. If he really steps into the demigod realm, I'm afraid that the most difficult step of godly ascension will be unobstructed. This is too scary. I couldn't help but imagine what would happen if Beifong, Herald, really became the beast god. I was afraid that the entire world would be in a terrible state. All right, I got off topic. Let's not talk about that terrifying future anymore. At the very least, I definitely wouldn't let it happen. Let's return to the main topic. Yep, job advancement. Advancing to a profession was about choosing a path to specialize in. It was like climbing a mountain. The closer you got to the peak, the narrower the path would be. But when you looked back, you would find yourself looking down at the peaks. Using a more realistic analogy, an ordinary law student would specialize in economic law when he was a graduate student, and when he was a PhD student, he would specialize in antitrust cases of international companies. This was from the broad to the specialized. It seemed to be getting narrower and narrower, but in fact it was getting higher and higher. Could it be that they did not know the common law knowledge? Of course they would. It was just that there was no need to use it. For their pursuit, it was enough to make good use of their expertise. On the other hand, my situation was a little unique. Other people had one path, but I had 4 paths mixed together. If I were to split my efforts to cultivate all of them, even if I were to tire myself to death, I wouldn't be able to obtain much in return. Thus, my path was like the rivers and the seas. The 4 rivers would eventually converge into the sea. Then, what I needed to do was to find the intersection of the various tributaries and absorb the strengths of each to begin my own path. This time, my goal wasn't just to become a semi-god. This was very difficult, but it wasn't impossible. This was also the reason why I had made up my mind to specialize in magic swords. At this moment, when a magic swordsman reached a certain level of cultivation, it was only a matter of time before he chose to create a job that was suitable for him. Rather than being stuck at a bottleneck and forcing himself to make a choice, it was better to make plans early. The reason why I chose to create a new job and not advance to the existing magic swordsman job was because even though the path I created might be slow, it was destined to be the most suitable for me. On the other hand, even though I would be able to advance quickly by walking on the path of others, it would be difficult for me to surpass the Creator. Of course, from a certain perspective, this was a blissful worry. It was enough for a short-lived species like humans to advance quickly. Such extravagant worries were usually exclusive to long-lived species like the elves. When the field of magic engineering was truly developed, the experts that even the true gods were wary of proved the endless potential of this path. Starlight Shatterer, tonight please stay. I shall strike down that bright north star for you. A one-man fleet, billions of cannon towers, billions of radiance. My journey is that galaxy. Invincible hot-blooded fool, my battleship's slicing blade, nothing can break it. Super S-rank mobile calamity who makes friends with cannons. That, please believe me. I just want to hand it over to a friend. I really didn't mean to destroy your city. The highest leader of the Origin Gnomes, Little Mustache. Infuriating. Those who stand in my way are all scum, all scum. Now, when the dawn of a new era appeared in front of me, I was given a chance to be ahead of the times. If I didn't grasp it, I would really be an idiot. Of course, the other sword saints couldn't possibly see so far ahead. However, they only trusted me and supported me. That was enough for me. With the help of a master craftsman, the sacred sword Pale Justice had already been modified. There was an additional hole at the hilt of the sword. That was the place to insert attribute magic bullets. The entire sword hilt was an Olivia's magic box with a complete magic cycle. Vermilion bird sword seal. The red attribute bullets were embedded within, and the completed magic box was instantly activated. Under my will, the illusory image of a scarlet red god bird turned into an emblem on the sword. Scarlet red flame magic wrapped around the body of the sword, and the flaming tail of the sword extended several meters. Every time I swung the sword, it was as though a scarlet meteor streaking across the sky. Sparks fell from the sky, leaving behind a trail of Milky Way. It was exceptionally gorgeous. Every target that I threw into the air as a target would be set ablaze the moment I hit it. Following that, the enchantment on the sword would be consumed and the illusory image of the vermilion bird sword would also dim. After dozens of strikes, the sword seal finally disappeared. With a kacha sound, the empty attribute magic bullets were ejected. 49 strikes, better than expected. Can it be increased further? The total energy in the portable energy pool is limited. Unless I expand the magic box and attribute magic bullets, the entire weapon would have to be enlarged. In reality, the cost-performance ratio is too low. Furthermore, in a real battle, this much should be enough. At most, I can just bring more attribute magic bullets to replace them. Next, let's test the second item. Attribute magic bullets were miniature Olivia's magic box portable energy pool, filled with energy of a specific attribute. On the other hand, the large magic box that was filled with it was pure energy without any attribute. When the attribute magic bullet was activated, the energy in the entire pool would be converted into the corresponding attribute. Once the pool of energy was completely depleted, most of the time the attribute magic bullet would be depleted while the energy pool would still have some left. It could be filled with non-attribute magic bullets. Allowing the magic box to maintain the sword seal on its own and allowing the warrior to focus on using the weapon was the only way to avoid killing oneself by multitasking. Beside me, the researchers were discussing fervently. The sword saints and blacksmiths were looking at me with interest. From the start, they were either reluctantly agreeing to help me out of respect or they were working hard for the salary. But now that the technology had barely taken shape, this new existence was gradually proving its worth. The endless mysteries of this new thing had really piqued their interest. Black tortoise sword seal. The same tortoise snake sword seal was activated and a pale, white chill started to spread. However, I was unmoved by it. Instead, I raised my sword and aimed it at the target that was more than 10 meters away and swung it with great force. Sword seal explosion. Along with a roar, the sword seal of the turtle and snake suddenly flashed, and what followed the swing of the sword was a snow-white arc. The speed of the snow-white arc wasn't fast. As it flew, it emitted a chill, and ice crystals formed along the way, creating a beautiful scene. Kacha! Cha! The target was sliced apart and froze. When it fell to the ground, it turned into ice shards. When the sword seal was summoned, it was in the sword seal enchanted state, which was the most common melee mode. As for the sword seal explosion mode, it was to use all the remaining magic power in the energy pool to explode in one go for a long-range attack. Currently, this new job only had these 2 attack modes. As for the sword seal, that corresponded to the 4 basic elements. Under my suggestion, I named it after 4 types of god beasts that had never appeared in this world. Of course, because of this inexplicable persistence in the eyes of others, I received a lot of criticism, especially from those goblins who tried to compete for the naming rights of the work. They surrounded me and complained. I can understand that the fire phoenix is a god beast of the fire element, but why did you name it after the fire sparrow, vermilion bird in the eyes of the goblins? This is obviously a low-tier magic beast. As for the black tortoise, it is even more incomprehensible. A magic beast with a tortoise on one side and a snake on the other didn't even pass. As for the azure dragon, you are probably referring to the green dragon. Other people's natural talent is to control the plants in the forest. All right, since it can fly, it is understandable that it is related to the wind element. However, the white tiger is just a rare variant, even if its fur is beautiful. As for the earth god beast, to be honest, we have always thought that the ruby sword seal, gold coin sword seal, and emerald sword seal are more realistic. Please respect our opinion. We, the craftsmen, also have the naming rights. Facing all kinds of opinions, I only replied with a single sentence, but it was enough to solve the problem. I am the sponsor. All right, this is the good point of the goblins. Money is everything. The moment I said that, all the complaints were gone. This is also the only explanation. Am I supposed to explain to the people of another world that the god of the north, the black tortoise, is a water god beast and water magic is an extension of ice magic? While the god of the west, the white tiger, is a metal god and can only make do with the earth element. As for the azure dragon of the east, which is supposed to be a wood element, there isn't a wood element in the four main elements, so it can only stay in the wind element. The reason why it is called the four elemental swordcasters is because currently there are only four common sword seals based on the four main elements: the fire vermilion bird seal, the wind azure dragon seal, the water ice black tortoise seal, and the earth metal white tiger seal. Of course, these are just the basic sword seals. There are many other possibilities. For example, I, who possesses ice magic, can use the black tortoise sword seal to recharge the magic bullets. As long as I change the magic bullets in time, there is no limit to the battle of attrition. Privately, I opened up a few other sword seals that aren't suitable to be made public. Pride sword seal, holy light, who gave you the right to dictate what is righteous and use your own righteousness to punish others. Wrath sword seal, righteous indignation towards injustice and villains is the driving force behind the law. However, excessive righteousness harms both yourself and others. Calmness is a must. Never allow wrath to affect your rational judgment. Sloth sword seal, death is the sweetest slumber. It is a pity that it isn't time for you to get off work. So, make the most of your time and try your best to live an exciting life. These three sword seals correspond to my remaining holy light, law, and death powers respectively. I am currently using Olivia's magic box and my job advancement to organize and standardize my messy and chaotic power system, allowing the world to converge into a vast ocean, forming an even stronger combined force. Of course, it is obvious that these three powers aren't suitable to be made public. The current four elemental sword seals are enough for those newbies to study them through the night. Through the development of the sword seals, I have already vaguely understood that the future direction of this job would be to choose to delve into a certain system of sword seals, or to develop and learn new, higher-tier sword seals, or to open up more wondrous uses for sword seals. For example, using the azure dragon sword seal to form a storm that can blow away arrows, or using the pride sword seal to disperse undead. I can predict that once these magic warriors are grouped together, they will completely change the situation on the battlefield. As for the magic archer job that was released at the same time as the four elemental swordcasters, in reality, they only use the explosive long-range attacks of the sword seal as a common method, and the sword seal enchantment as a variant job for those who are forced to fight with their lives on the line. If one were to forcefully find an obvious difference, it would probably be that the outer armor they choose are mostly bows, muskets, and staves. Of course, there is a limit to an individual's ability. Thus, I unhesitatingly became a hands-off boss, intending to use the collective intelligence. Fandirk, Lonnie, didn't you too complain about being unable to form your own army? I will hand this batch of prototypes over to you first. Fandirk will be in charge of training the four elemental swordcasters, and Lonnie will be in charge of the magic archer. Periodically, we will gather suggestions and new battle techniques. Together, we will perfect this job class. Just as Fandirk and Lonnie happily agreed to my request, I jolted violently. That familiar notification sound echoed in my ears once more. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered an unranked quest, lowest epic my struggle. Quest requirements. Do your best to perfect the abilities and techniques of the four elemental swordcasters. Open up new advanced job classes and build a new army. Let this brand new job system become the darling of the new era. Quest reward. Based on the completion of the quest, there is no upper limit. If you are able to unearth this job to the level of a semi-god, the reward will also be at the level of a semi-god. Reminder, due to the long duration of the quest, the reward will be triggered and released at irregular intervals. Quest failure penalty, none. However, this is your own path. If you were to fail, your path to the top would come to an end. Without sufficient strength, you would not be able to face the challenges of the experts. Your goals would turn into bubbles in the end. This is already the harshest penalty. System notification. Under your hard work, a brand new battle job class is about to step onto the stage of history. Magical engineering has been brought forward by at least 15 years. The karmic threads leading to the end of the world are already in a mess. All of the prophecies are destined to come to nothing. Well done. Please continue to topple everything. Only then will your insane goals be realized. Furthermore, the massive amount of fate points that you will obtain will allow you to face any opponent, even if she is the legendary creator goddess. What else could be better than this solemn notification sound to prove that I am on the right path? Thus I smiled gleefully. Fandirk, Lonnie, I will be depending on you too. Right, the name of the new army hasn't been decided yet. Why don't we call it? Please don't. Your naming will affect the morale of the army. If Lord Bastion dares to call him by his nickname, I guarantee that he'll be filled with rage in an instant and grow to the size of a small mountain. Your Highness, why don't you let us handle such a small matter? The name of Olive's love egg has already spread far and wide. Initially, she was still happily telling others that it was an alias that you came up with for her, until the opening of the Siren Tracy's adult toy shop. The depressed Olive hasn't stepped out of her house for 10 consecutive days. Everyone is trying to console her. Your talent in naming is too powerful. What if you can't recruit anyone after you name it? Yeah. If the name of the Night Hounds had replaced the Red Hunting Hounds back then, I'm afraid that no one would be able to survive. It is all thanks to Lord Bastion's desperate efforts. Cough, Roland, forget it. This time, the 4 spirits might be a little weird, but it is still acceptable. My opinion of you has changed a little. Everyone knows that your naming standard has been stuck at the level of a primary school student. If another little red, little white, little dog, and so on were to pop out, the face that you managed to regain with great difficulty would be thrown away. Reconsider. All right, those few knight who have been following me are so agitated. Even Adam came out to join in on the commotion. However, why does that pained look on his face seem more and more like he is trying to stir up trouble? Looking at the agitated crowd surrounding me in an attempt to persuade me, I swallowed back the name that was at the tip of my tongue helplessly. Instead, I could only mutter under my breath. Obviously, the twin-headed Chihuahua army is not bad. It fits the theme and is cute. Since the first completed magic sword is a silver sacred sword, why don't we just call it the Silver Sword Army? As far as I could see, even though everyone had clearly heard my whispers, they all went about their own business and pretended that they hadn't heard me. And when I walked out of the door, the cheers of victory behind me made me even more determined. Later on, I will head to the military to register the name of the army. You shall be the Super Silver Sword Army. Chapter 136. Fresh fruits and vegetables. I'm selling them cheaply. Hey, the one over there, the one who looks really strong. Our construction team is lacking people, and we're providing food and benefits. Do you want to come? Hey, freshly baked bread, buy one get one free. Which night is it? Nights are half price. Do you want one? All right, 2 copper coins. Tam, your family is back. That's great. It's great that you're back. It's great that you're back. Aren't you intending to leave this time? As I strolled through Donlon City, I saw the busy crowds, the caravans, and the various construction sites. I couldn't help but smile from the bottom of my heart. Rome wasn't built in a day. Even if a large amount of money was poured into the city, the current reconstruction project was still at the stage of cleaning up the old city areas. The supply of resources only slightly improved the citizens' living standards. In reality, the increase in living standards wasn't that great, but what made me happy was that the citizens' mental state was gradually improving. As the Donlon Principality traveled northward, it saw enough suffering and misfortune, and its mood became worse and worse. After encountering misfortune, people would always have bitter expressions, and their eyes would be filled with a numbness and blankness that made one's heart ache. I knew that when a person had no hope for the future, when they believed that their days would only get worse, no matter how strong that person was, their mental state would only get worse and worse. If they didn't even have a future, they would naturally become colder and colder towards others. The reason? It was probably because this country, which had suffered so many misfortunes, was about to face a new calamity. That year, the Mist Kingdom was destroyed, but they didn't fall. In the nearly 100 years since they lost their homeland, they didn't disperse. 200 years ago, when Donglan was gradually eaten away by the neighboring countries, they continued to persevere. 20 years ago, when they lost their last mining area, they continued to fight. 1 year ago, when the old emperor died in battle, they risked their lives to follow the 14-year-old princess in a desperate charge, and they achieved a miraculous victory. They were not supermen with iron wills. They were just mortals who missed their homeland. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, this wasteland of the north was just a useless wasteland. But in the eyes of the people who had lived here for generations, there was too much nostalgia and reluctance to part with this land. Outsiders were unable to understand the nostalgia these northerners had for their homeland. Perhaps they were as firm as the glaciers of the north, but because their roots were here, the stubborn souls of the northerners wished to protect the homeland that their ancestors had created. As long as we don't starve to death, and as long as that flag doesn't fall, we can grit and bear it. But not long ago, they finally couldn't take it anymore. In the year between the old emperor's death and Rain's return with supplies, many people finally chose to leave. I knew that they couldn't be blamed. They didn't go against their oath. The people of the Mist never feared sacrifice or war. They only feared that they wouldn't be able to see the future. When the shadow of war faded, the devastated farmlands and villages were reduced to a desolate state. Winter was approaching, and packs of wolves were loitering around. Yet, there wasn't even any rations for them to survive the winter. When familiar neighbors starved to death or froze to death on the streets, when the life-saving rations for this winter had yet to arrive, even the most optimistic of people would start considering their own path of retreat. I don't care about my worthless life, but my child, he didn't do anything wrong. No one could bear to watch as their child starved to death in front of them. The people of the Mist who left couldn't be blamed at all, even though they knew that it was impossible for them to return after leaving this time, and that they would most likely die on the dangerous journey. They could only choose to leave. What was even crueler and more ironic was that the departure of these people made the already scarce rations even more effective. In recent years, the winter of last year had the fewest deaths. This cruel reality couldn't be blamed on anyone. If one had to find a scapegoat, it could only be the Mist royalty who didn't fulfill their duty of protecting the Mist Empire. If there were to be more, it could probably be my generation, who had left behind a hidden danger back then. Thus, even though she had already guessed that the Ottoman Empire was up to no good, as the last descendant of the Mist, Renee didn't even hold a ceremony to ascend to the throne. She gritted her teeth and continued on her journey. After all, if she didn't do anything, she would be doomed. As long as there was a sliver of hope, she could fight for it. It should be said that there is always a way out. If I had regained my physical body and returned to the surface a year later, the East Mist communal country might not even exist anymore. If it wasn't for my anger towards the Åland Empire's overbearing attitude, I wouldn't have met Rain. At this moment, after the bustling homecoming ceremony 2 days ago, many things had changed. At the very least, the blankness in everyone's eyes had lessened, and their hopes for a beautiful future had increased. Do you see it? The old district in the west of the city has been converted into a military camp. That is Prince Roland's army. Back then, I was the first to rush to the recruitment site. It was a pity that I was just a little bit away from passing. Stop bragging. Who doesn't know that even though there are quite a few armies and regiments that have started recruiting, in reality, the threshold is extremely high. The first test is a physical test. How many sandbags can you carry and how skinny you are like a monkey? You were eliminated in the first test, and you are still bragging that you were just a little bit away? You know so much. Could it be that you are also... At the very least, I made it to the third round. I, Aiken, don't intend to give up. As long as there are more armies formed, I will give it another try. If it really doesn't work, I can even enter the city and become a soldier. Right, there is also the Church of Law. They are also recruiting. It is said that they will teach them combat techniques. Even though he was eliminated as well, that muscular man, Aiken, was showing off with a face full of pride. The surrounding crowd also exclaimed in surprise, as though they had seen some incredible expert. When a country is weak, the people are in danger. In a weak country, the people are lowly. No other race understands this logic better than the people of the Mist who have been through many hardships. Even though the Church of Law was established as the national religion, from a certain standpoint, Donlan became a permanently neutral country. Everyone could understand the harsh reality. The beast men in the north could invade the south at any moment, and the neighboring countries were getting restless. Even if you didn't attack them, they would still attack you. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, in order to achieve true neutrality, one had to possess a powerful strength that could remain neutral in the chaotic situation. Now, the establishment of every new army would become a reason for the citizens to celebrate. After all, this meant that the warriors protecting the country were becoming stronger, and the country was also becoming stronger. At the same time, these new armies could also provide sufficient opportunities for the youngsters to develop. Avalanche Defender, Eternal Wind Knight, one after another, legendary names and occupations jumped out from history. Those legendary heroic deeds attracted the attention of every youngster, and they looked forward to creating history with their own hands. In the past, even though they were enthusiastic about joining the army, it could only be said that they were just trying to make a living. But now, under the premise of protecting the country, they were striving for a future. The enthusiasm of the two couldn't be compared. When the citizens took pride in joining the army, it proved their confidence in the country. Of course, this confidence was in me, the legendary Saint Knight, Prince Roland. But this wasn't the happiest news. The one that left the deepest impression was that the people of the Mist had started to return to their homeland. When the news of the legendary Prince Roland returning to the Mist country with his army spread, when their homeland regained its vitality, even though the situation was still uncertain, the people of the Mist still chose to return. Every day, there would be caravans and individuals returning to their homes. Outside the city gate, there were all kinds of carriages and travelers waiting to enter the city. The streets were filled with people who were returning with hard work, but happy expressions. How is everyone? I'm finally back. You're back? It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Responses rose one after another, and the returning travelers were filled with curiosity about every single change. Many of them pointed at the army's flag, and it wasn't uncommon for them to grab acquaintances and ask them about it. This was only the beginning. Currently, those who were able to return were the immigrants from the neighboring countries who hadn't traveled too far. As the news spread, the people of the Mist who had left the country in the past 20 to 30 years would start to consider whether they should return or not. When the Mist War flag was raised once more, the people of the Mist who had left the country would reunite once more. Not too far away from me, there was a group of returning travelers. Some of them were wearing thick cotton hats, while others were wearing light feather hats. Judging from their different attire, it was clear that they had returned from different countries. Originally, it was just a gathering of people who had just returned home to discuss their experiences in a foreign land. But in the end, it turned into a gathering of grievances. Even if we were fortunate enough to not meet with any wild beasts or bandits and successfully complete the long journey, who would be willing to leave their homeland without being forced to their limits? Do you think it's good to live in a foreign land and speak an unfamiliar language? Do you think it's good to have the locals look at you as though you are a thief or a barbarian? The feeling of being isolated from the world when you open your eyes and see only foreigners and their language is so confusing that it makes you want to commit suicide. He was a young man, but judging from his dark-eyed bags and depressed face, his calloused hands and rough skin, He seemed to be an old man in his 40s or 50s. Due to the hard work and low spirits, he seemed to have aged beyond his actual age. When you are discriminated against and bullied because of your foreign accent, you don't even dare to argue. Who can understand that kind of indignation? In the midst of the arduous work of making a living, you spend the lonely nights in your homeland alone. You miss your homeland and your family and friends so much that you can't sleep at night. Who can understand that kind of feeling where your heart is torn apart? And as long as you show it, you will be an even more obvious anomaly. This middle-aged man who was in the prime of his life and should have been the most capable of fighting was just average. As he spoke, he recalled those past events and got so angry that he slammed his wine cup on the wooden table. It wasn't easy for me to make new friends, but when I was chatting, I accidentally said, "Donglan? Oh, I know, it's the barbarian tribe that is about to be destroyed. Are you the legendary barbarian princess?" The people around him all laughed. In order not to be isolated, even though he was so angry that he wanted to fight with the other party, he could only try his best to smile and pretend that he didn't care. It's too suffocating, too uncomfortable. The girl, who was filled with righteous indignation, also said so. From her angry appearance, it seemed that she had also suffered a lot of grievances. After the complaints, there was an inexplicable silence. Everyone suffered a lot. After the silence, someone took the lead to raise his wine cup and face the west of the city, where the military camp was. "Thank you, Princess, for supporting this flag for so many years. At least we are back, and there is still a place for us to return to under this flag. So everyone be happy. For the beautiful life in the future. Cheers." Even though the burden of life had broken his waist, the young man's heart hadn't died yet. He was still looking forward to a beautiful tomorrow. "Thank you, the returning Prince Roland, for giving us a reason to return. No matter what happens in the future, at least I can die in the land of my ancestors. Perhaps we just need a reason to return home." The middle-aged man was much more practical, but his resolve to sacrifice himself made one feel exceptionally heavy and sorrowful. "Thank you." Even though it was words of gratitude, the more the toast went on, the sadder it became. Thus, someone couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Hey, don't speak as though you are about to be executed. You didn't see it during the homecoming ceremony that day. His Highness Roland's army is extremely powerful. Those undead knights are elites who have been through hundreds of battles over the past 300 years. They are the heroic spirits of our mist country. With them as the core to build a new army, we will definitely be invincible. Our country will only grow stronger, and our days will only get better. The one who suddenly interrupted was Aiken, who was bragging about how he overcame all the obstacles, but unfortunately failed to be selected. At this moment, he took the initiative to walk over. "You guys are thinking too much. You guys don't know how powerful our new guardian is. That Dragon Knight's bone dragon is so huge, even bigger than the city walls. Do you know who he is? He is the last Dragon Knight of our mist country, and even Prince Roland's subordinate knight is so powerful. He himself." Aiken was bragging about the homecoming ceremony and his appearance, and he was even more delighted than his own glory. All kinds of rumors were mixed in with the real information, and all kinds of legendary stories were made up. It didn't take long before I became a semi-god monster with a 9 feet waist, 9 heads, and wings that could spit fire. The returning travelers were curious about what had happened in the past few days. Even though Aiken's words were obviously boastful and nonsensical, they still got more and more excited. Under the constant questioning from the audience, Aiken's words became more and more energetic. Whenever he went overboard, someone would interrupt him to correct him, and the atmosphere in the tavern became even more heated. "You guys, how rare is this opportunity? So many Ace Knight are building their own army, and they have to teach them step by step. You don't even know that during the examination, all the nobles in the country came, but they were all rejected. Aiken, am actually just a little short every time. Who knows, as long as I can pass this test, I might be able to become a knight under Prince Roland. That wouldn't just be my personal glory, it would also be the glory of the next few generations of my Eddie's family. If I were to hear this news, my dead father would probably crawl up in joy. Go away, you have already failed so many times, and you still have the cheek to brag. I think there's no hope for you. You should join the city defense army as a soldier. Humph, just you wait. I swear that I won't rest until I become a knight. After I finish this cup, I will try out the newly formed Silver Cross Squadron. Do you dare to follow me? Why wouldn't I dare? Let's go together. All right, these fellows' faces turned red as they spoke, and they became more and more agitated. They started dancing, and they were just short of rushing out to register for the examination. The Silver Cross Squadron has to learn how to use the power of the elements. This fellow's intelligence doesn't even reach 9. It's impossible for him to pass. The Silver Cross Squadron was the magic sword and magic spear squadron that Fanderk and Lanny were currently building. After my Silver Sword Squadron was mercilessly rejected by the crowd, the emblem of a cross between a sword and a staff, which represented magic and martial arts, became the origin of the squadron's name. I already knew the selection criteria for that squadron. Looking at the muscular Aiken, who was still bragging in the crowd, I shook my head. While I didn't think that he would be selected, I smiled and left 3 copper coins on the table, preparing to pay the bill and leave. Aiken, is it? Let's write it down first. At the very least, he has a sharp tongue. I can ask Kelly if they lack any advertising talents. At this moment, I was swaggering around casually, but I didn't have to worry about being recognized. Uncle, a cup of fruit wine is only 2 copper coins. Give me your tip, I'm happy today. That's right, that teenage boy actually called me Big Brother because my current appearance really was that of a middle-aged uncle. The time distortion ring that could alter one's appearance and age was the best disguise. Just by changing one's age, putting on a wig and a fake beard, I didn't believe that anyone would associate a middle-aged knight with Prince Roland. Of course, I was happy. How could the adorable citizens of the Mist before me not make me happy? Strolling along the streets, even though it wasn't my job to observe the emotions of the citizens, the energetic faces of the citizens before me gave me some confidence. Even if the standard of living was still tough, even if there was a high possibility of war in the future, as long as the citizens believed that the future was beautiful and that the country would become better, they would be able to face it with a smile. As long as they trusted me, I was confident that I could bring them out of this quagmire. Then I'll just take the opportunity to visit incognito. It definitely isn't to avoid the endless paperwork and administrative work. Darn it, letting me look over the logistics of the army and the next year's agriculture. Are you intending to tire me to death? Looking at the time, the royal palace should have noticed that I had slipped away by now. I recalled that Kelly, who often gave people surprises, was probably handling the endless administrative work on my behalf. Considering that Kelly would probably take the initiative to look for some entertainment after burying herself in the sea of bitterness, I was considering the possibility of not returning tonight. I'm not trying to shirk my responsibilities. Rather, I'm trusting my subordinates and delegating them to me. I'll tell them this when I get back. For safety's sake, I should bring some desserts to coax them. I remember that there's a decent cake shop nearby. Considering Kelly's personality of making others suffer without paying for it, I felt that it would be best to bribe her. Based on her past records, she seemed to be fond of sweets. However, when I was looking for a cake shop, I saw a cake shop first. My good mood instantly vanished. Looking at the signboard in front of me, I was at a loss for words. His Highness Roland's direct subordinate, the Absolute Gentleman Alliance, is currently recruiting members. Do you wish to serve His Highness Roland? Do you wish to obtain the opportunity to become a priority candidate for the Royal Knight Squadron? Welcome to the Absolute Gentleman Alliance. We are His Highness' most trusted subordinate squadron. We can speak directly to His Highness. All right then. I had created this mercenary group out of a whim, but I didn't really manage it after I arrived in Definder. Now that I was no longer managing it, it was naturally Beifeng who took over as the vice captain. Looking at the mercenary group's headquarters on the third floor and the number of people coming and going, it was obvious that this mysterious organization had been strengthened. As for using my name to recruit people, I didn't have any objections. After all, no matter how I looked at it, this mercenary group was indeed still under my control. However, what I was worried about was still, as long as you can prove that you are also an absolute gentleman who understands true love, you can also directly become one of us without going through any tests. I didn't even know how to comment on this recruitment notice. Did they think that they didn't have enough freaks and gentlemen? But when I walked in, filled with righteous indignation, I heard an even more speechless, tearful complaint. Why? Why did you reject my offer to join? I am obviously a true big-breasted fanatic. I am also not accepted by the people of the world. Humph, shallow. Just because of a characteristic you love it? Doesn't that mean that anyone can join as long as they fit the characteristic? Do you think that a true gentleman is such a shallow thing? Your understanding of true love is too shallow. Momo's furious rebuke reverberated through the corridor, but I felt the urge to turn around and run. This is what I have heard. All appearances are fabricated. If all appearances are not true, then you will see the Tathagata. Young man, you are bewitched. A true gentleman loves the beauty within the false outer shell. We have abandoned the illusory image to reach the truth. Yet you have lost your original heart for that characteristic, thus falling into a disadvantageous position. Hearing these words that sounded like that of an enlightened monk, I was stunned. It took a long while before I could comprehend it, but Cassio's explanation had already reached my ears. What Big Brother means is that you are just a fake gentleman who is obsessed with a certain characteristic. A true gentleman loves something because it is from the bottom of his heart and not because of a temporary characteristic. True love comes from the heart and not from the outside, not to mention the audience in the room. Even I was stunned by his words. In the midst of love and desire, man comes and goes alone, lives and dies alone, and has no one to replace him. Go, our paths are different. What Big Brother means is that we live in this world, but our hearts are lonely. Our desires are too unique because it is difficult for us to find a close friend who can confide in us. However, you are not a close friend of ours, so please leave. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. What is this and what? This is almost becoming a gentleman's philosophy. If this goes on, wouldn't I start a cult that worships Beifeng? Speak human words. However, the moment I rushed in with a furious roar, I immediately regretted it. The moment the door opened, Momo, who had been waiting for a long time, hugged me. Hee, little Rolo, I knew that you were outside. I have been waiting for you for a long time. While I was resisting the dark elf knight, I could still hear the infuriating explanation from the other side. All that exists is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow. Like dew and lightning. This is how one should view it. Good, our path is not lonely. What Big Brother means is that look at that Momo, she doesn't even need to use her eyes. Just by relying on her intuition, she can see through all illusions and know that the middle-aged man is her favorite Shota. This is what a gentleman should be. Wait a minute. Big Sister Momo's favorite Shota, isn't that Prince Roland? Hurry up and run. What Big Brother means is hurry up and run. All right, looking at these guilty gentlemen scattering like birds and beasts, there is no longer any possibility for me to kill them all, other than the female elf who is entangling me like an octopus. There is a familiar figure. Roland. Long time no see. Amelia. All laws are born from fate, and all laws are destroyed by fate. Prince Roland, this female elf has been following fate for a long time, and you have been guided here by fate. Great. What Big Brother means is that you are in deep trouble. This time, Cassio's explanation was finally interrupted. Shut up. Shut up. Chapter 137. Even though the ground hasn't frozen yet, the winds of the northern lands have already turned cold. Based on the previous years, the first snow would fall in at most 2 months. The 7 months of unbearable winter would be the toughest and most dangerous challenge for all life. Survival of the fittest, eliminating the weak while keeping the strong. There is nothing more suitable than the harsh nature to be the final heartless and cold-blooded examiner. In the northern lands, the short end of autumn isn't a suitable time to travel. Who knows, we might end up stuck in some dangerous place due to the first snow. But it's a pity that I don't have the right to be picky. On the day of spring next year, the Beastman army would probably head south. By then, it would be impossible for us to leave. Making full use of the remaining time to do more things is the most important thing right now. Mixed blood dominion, huh? What an embarrassing past. But it's probably the only way out. The official name of the Mixed Blood Dominion is Cheryl Dominion, but not many people use this name. After all, that piece of land is also an embarrassing relic of history. After a war between different races, the defeated country would usually lose a large amount of land and citizens. Especially the women who were plundered would usually become the spoils of war for the victors. Furthermore, the long reign of the other races would also mean the birth of a large number of embarrassing mixed bloods. Most of the northern lands, including the Mist Kingdom, were once occupied by the beastmen who invaded south for almost 100 years. When the demons invaded, they didn't do much good either. Along with them, several elf tribes who had a large share in the slave trade were also affected. Thus, there are quite a few mixed bloods like beastmen, half-demons, and half-elves in this land. Of course, the majority of them are still beastmen. Of course, these quite a few are still a negligible number in the perspective of a country. But when the human kingdoms reclaimed this land, while the enslaved humans were cheering, these newborns who were caught in the cracks became very awkward. Their identity as mixed bloods allowed them to live better lives than normal humans when they were under the rule of the other races. But from a certain perspective, they are also fated to become targets of resentment. When the other races were chased back to their homeland, these beastmen obviously couldn't stay in their homeland. The characteristics of the other races on them would remind others of that painful history. As long as there was a slight friction, and someone with the intention shouted a few provocative slogans, perhaps it would turn into an uncontrollable racial feud. Not to mention, many beastmen aren't kind people. During the era of the beastmen's rule, in order to express their standpoint, they were extremely cruel to their human compatriots. The most horrifying tragedies often come from the hands of these bastards who were embarrassed by their own standpoint. When the humans reclaimed this land that had been lost for 100 years, the great trial and bloody vengeance that followed caused most of the mixed bloods to be sent to the gallows. As for those who couldn't be found guilty or were too young, they were sentenced to exile. This was the past before the re-establishment of the Donglan Principality, which is also the era of the founding Emperor of Donglan, Charles I. In the crazy era, where even the slightest bit of connection with the beastmen could be used as a reason for the death penalty, the mixed bloods who were able to survive the unfair vengeance trials were usually children and women who had no ability to survive at all. Even those beastmen who were known to be friendly towards humans were only allowed to bring a few belongings with them at most. At that time, in front of the people who were blinded by the desire for vengeance, no one dared to speak up for those beastmen. Otherwise, wouldn't they die a wrongful death if they were to be labeled as a beastman spy? In that crazy era, not a single country was willing to accept these mixed bloods. The border to the beastmen highlands was sealed. The few who managed to cross the border didn't have a good ending either. They became the objects of the defeated to vent their anger. The so-called exile to these weaklings was actually no different from a death sentence. The only difference was that they didn't execute them personally. Instead, they chose to leave them to fend for themselves in the cruel nature. If the Mist Kingdom was the dark history of the entire human kingdom, then these mixed bloods would probably be the dark history of the entire northern lands. When all the countries rejected their entry and used the night to drive them away, the helpless mixed bloods could only migrate to an uninhabited land in the mountains. As time passed, when everyone started to forget about them, thinking that they had died in the snow and the hordes of beasts, in the depths of the mountains, in that miraculous valley, a newly born independent region appeared, Cheryl Autonomous Region. The current Cheryl Autonomous Region wasn't the pure mixed bloods autonomous region it was 200 years ago. Even though it wasn't recognized by any country, it had become a paradise for those without borders and those without laws. Humans, beastmen, and elves could be seen here, but most of them were the mixed bloods who had unique characteristics. For example, the young warrior outside the carriage. He had the cat ears and sharp claws of a cat-type beastman, but a long lizard tail and the lower body of a centaur. Clearly, he was the product of multiple mixed bloods. As for the ranger in the shadows, he had beautiful white feathers, as though he had the bloodline of a bird-type beastman. However, the normal left arm and the long lizard-scaled arm on the right made him seem extremely incongruous. This is heaven. A certain beast master, who was becoming more and more philosophical, looked at this paradise and its residents. He instantly abandoned his way of speaking, which was becoming more and more difficult to understand. His words were so direct that it was impossible for others to evaluate him. At this moment, surrounded by so many mixed bloods, he was enjoying himself to the point of forgetting about his duties. He kept taking the initiative to chat with the other party, and judging from how they were putting their arms around each other's shoulders, it seemed that the mixed blood warrior with the bloodline of a centaur was unable to escape from this old fox's skilled hands. When we first arrived at this border checkpoint, these half-beastmen weren't very friendly towards us. Some of them threatened us with their weapons, and the ranger in the trees kept aiming his arrows at us. After I showed the merchant certificate issued by the Donlon Principality, not only did their attitude become much gentler, the inspection of our caravan wasn't as detailed as the previous caravan, and they even started chatting happily with the guards, which gave certain men an opportunity to sneak in. Does Donlon have a good relationship with Cheryl Autonomous Region? Heloise, who was lying on my head, was forced to leave after completing her evolution. Currently, she was so dispirited that she didn't want to move at all. Every day, she would lay on my head with a displeased expression. Donlon has a good relationship with all the powers that are viewed as enemies by the human society, but there are other reasons why they have a good relationship with Cheryl Autonomous Region. That was a dark history that had been unraveled by time. When the mixed bloods were fortunate enough to find a valley in the mountains that was suitable for living, when the Cheryl Autonomous Region had just been established, the former King Charles, who had been feeling uneasy, had secretly provided aid to the mixed bloods when they were short of food and clothing. Initially, I only intended to help the innocent and the descendants of the mist, but seeing how pitiful it was, I decided to lend them a hand. All right, more importantly, if you were to only give food and clothing to the descendants of the mist, they would be snatched away the next moment. This was equivalent to harming their lives. Thus, in the end, I could only help them. Fortunately, we were still wealthy during those years. When a paragraph from the diary of the former king was unearthed, the 30 years of aid that the Cheryl Autonomous Region provided became the reason why. Even after 200 years, the Cheryl Autonomous Region still viewed the Donlon Principality as its only sibling country. In the past few years, the two countries that were vaguely ostracized by the entire northern lands got closer and closer. Their close interactions further strengthened the relationship between the two countries. Even foreign merchants who wanted to enter Cheryl would find a way to obtain a merchant certificate from Donlon. Many of the authoritative figures in Cheryl Autonomous Region admitted that they were descendants of the Mist. What was worth mentioning was that the warm valley in the middle of the mountains was one of the few granaries in the northern lands. After the tables turned, the residents of this land started to help the descendants of the former King Charles who were in dire straits. If not for the Cheryl Autonomous Region's borrowing of food, the collapse of Donlon would have been brought forward by many years. This time, I was accompanied by a batch of medicine and other resources that the northern lands lacked. These were definitely good goods that couldn't be bought with money in the northern lands. And it was also an overpayment from the Donlon Principality for the food that they had accumulated over the years. Allowing them to owe a debt wasn't considered a favor. Allowing a company that could go bankrupt at any moment to owe a debt and be prepared to lose everything at any moment, while still allowing them to borrow more life-saving food. This was indeed a huge favor. Since the Cheryl Autonomous Region hadn't forgotten the favor that Charles had done for them back then, Donlon would naturally remember to repay this favor. The good relationship between the two countries was also the reason why I chose to make it my first stop on this trip. In other countries that were filled with hostility and unfamiliar with the land, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything in this short amount of time. However, an accident gave me a new motive for this trip. Senior Amelia, what do you think of this land? Is it suitable for your plants to grow? Will you be able to cultivate the new seedlings that I want here? How can it be that fast? I still need time to experiment and verify it. Right, don't forget what you promised me. I won't forget. All right, recalling the promise that we made under the city walls, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It all started from the coincidental meeting half a month ago. My 7 original sins are unparalleled in the world. They are much stronger than your weeds. Weeds? Hee, you really dare to say that. The archmage, who had her head lowered, suddenly laughed maniacally. Countless shadows spread out from behind her. The wind carried a sense of danger and the sour and sweet smell of venom. The blood-colored, man-eating demonic creatures stirred in the shadows. Woo! As if feeling the wrath of the Creator, a certain creature seemed to be crying softly. Gigantic vines grew furiously in the shadows, and sharp mouths with jagged teeth appeared on the green leaves. Even though the man-eating flower's saliva was dripping right in front of me and the poisonous vines were about to wrap around me, I didn't move at all, as if I didn't see anything at all. I knew that although she was definitely the one who had killed the most out of all the people I knew and had the least sense of conscience, if she were to make a move now, it would be the same as admitting defeat. People of the same trade were enemies. When scholars met, especially when their fields of research overlapped and their opinions differed greatly, they would usually start by mocking each other. Then they would start by shouting at each other and end by slamming bricks on each other. However, if that scholar obtained victory through murder, it would mean that she admitted that she was unable to defeat her opponent in the academic field and could only use such methods to eliminate her opponent. That would be a complete defeat at the root of the problem. As expected, the archmage Amelia, who had acted as if she wanted to kill me the moment we met, finally restrained her anger under my mocking. She retracted her dangerous, man-eating plants and returned to the battle of words. The 7 original sins? You haven't gathered all of them yet, right? Gluttony, wrath, and that newly unsealed pride. That's only 3, right? I recently made greed and envy. I'm only 2 away from completing all of them. What about you? Have you gathered all of your 7 virtues? Could it be that you only have the temperance and diligence from more than 100 years ago? I even made humility to deal with your pride. Interesting. There's no proof. Take it out and let me see. Hearing this, Amelia fell silent. Based on my understanding of her, she disdained lying. There was most likely another reason why she couldn't take it out now. If it wasn't for that damned Adam who broke my baby. All right then, hearing this, I paused in surprise for a moment before wiping away my cold sweat. I was glad that I had escaped from a calamity, but then I became angry. If Amelia's new toy was in perfect condition, she would probably take it out and show it off to me. With my current abilities, I would probably be instantly killed. However, I didn't feel any gratitude towards Adam, because I understood the hidden meaning behind her words. All right, you Adam Hahn, who was it that leaked information about me, causing this otaku girl who never leaves her house and doesn't care about outside matters to choose to go out? Besides, I finally understand why you've been acting so strangely for the past few days. You intentionally didn't warn me, so that you could watch me make a fool out of myself? But now wasn't the time to think about anything else. Taking advantage of the fact that Amelia was weak, I used my trump card. Do you still remember Teacher Heloise? Now she's my greed. Hey, silly cat, wake up. I'm waiting for you to save me. Ever since she ate the dark god's breath of death. Heloise had been drowsy, as though she was preparing to evolve once more. But now, it was time for her to appear to save me. Teacher Heloise? Isn't she a banshee? After I took out that silly cat, I didn't need to say anything else. That slime monster with the appearance of a cat alien was more convincing than anything else. Thus, while Amelia was focused on studying the sleeping silly cat, I finally had the leisure to ask what happened and why this fellow would come knocking on our door. Let me explain. That day, not long after we put up our signboard, this lady said that she was your old acquaintance and wanted to give you a surprise, so she wanted us to inform you. However, Big Brother said that he could feel that she was of the same kind as us, but also your enemy, so he kept delaying her. That lady always locked herself in her room, as though she was researching something. As time passed, she seemed to have forgotten to ask about it, until you came knocking on our door. Hearing this, I didn't know what to say. Perhaps they really did have good intentions, but it could only be said that they were lucky to be able to survive until now. You guys dared to stay in the headquarters of the Mage Country's perverted murder case that spanned over 100 years? She even dared to commit crimes in the Cloud Tower for the sake of experimental subjects and inspiration. You guys, wait a moment, Big Brother? You are. He was a tall and muscular man, and under his tight leather clothing were muscles that were as sturdy as a statue's. He wore a pair of glasses that blocked out the light, and his calm and expressionless face gave off a feeling that he was an abnormally reliable existence. Pierre Papin, the new number 2 of our true love siblings. We all call him Yanai Papa-san. All right then, I took back my evaluation of him as reliable. Merely being a new member of the true love siblings was still the best explanation. Do you have a daughter? Yep. I love my daughter Yanai deeply, more than myself, more than anything in the world. This is also the reason why everyone allowed me to join the true love siblings. Hearing this, I couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This was just a case of having a daughter complex, so it was still acceptable. Yanai is a ship and she's a battleship. All right then, Momo's words instantly made me understand. As expected, things like gentlemen would increase in value if left unattended. So this guy was a ship girl complex. I've heard that sailors who live overseas for a long time will view their ships as women. I can understand, I really can understand. Although I said that, I silently took 2 steps back, distancing myself from this group of gentlemen who were becoming more and more ridiculous. Hee, second brother Papin, I told you that you were overthinking things. How could the prince not understand you? He's the king of gentlemen himself. You're only 0 for Beifong, but he's 10 Beifong in Sulphur Mountain City. However, Momo's explanation was unnecessary. At this moment, Yanai Papa-san had sunk into a mysterious frenzy. It's not such a superficial fetish. Don't compare those vulgar things to Yanai. Yanai is the cutest girl in the world. Do other ships have such towering turrets? Do they have such smooth and beautiful decks? Was there a ship with such a beautiful curve? There are. Looking at this unique daughter complex who had entered a frenzied state, I couldn't help but sigh helplessly. As expected, it was impossible for there to be normal people in the Gentleman Alliance. How could siblings who truly loved each other fall in love with a normal existence? All right, regardless of the new gentleman who was still singing, ah, that warm engine room. Oh, that charming main shaft. I turned my gaze over there. Amelia was already squatting on the ground with a depressed expression, muttering softly to herself. A half-dead undead? How is that possible? This should involve the height of the creator. Did he improve again? Could it be that I've regressed? Seeing her in this state made me feel good. However, if I were to drag on for a while longer, if she really gave up on her last shred of dignity, she might go berserk and interrogate me for my technical information. It was impossible for me to defeat her now, so I offered my bait. Senior Amelia, as long as you help me with two things, I'll help you reach a higher level. Chapter 138. Roar. A huge wave of zombies is approaching. My plants will tear you to shreds. The gray zombies wobbled their way over. The abomination that acted as a meat shield was at the front, while the dense zombie army followed behind. Meanwhile, in the clouds on the opposite side, pea cannoneers suddenly rushed out of the soil and angrily spat out green pea bullets. Meanwhile, the furious watermelon grenadiers threw out explosive watermelons one after another. The explosive watermelon grenades exploded with a lethal shockwave, causing mushroom clouds to form. Without the support of conventional magic, the zombie army that mainly focused on close-range combat could only move slowly in the rain of bullets. Although they suffered huge losses in their advance, their huge numbers still made them a huge threat. When the two armies met, an intense melee battle had just begun. The most ordinary zombies collided with the nut defenders that were wielding heavy shields. The grayish-brown poisonous zombies took the initiative to detonate themselves. Green and gray poisonous clouds rose continuously. The plants that came into contact with the poisonous liquid and fog rapidly withered and died. No man's land appeared on the battlefield. On the side of the plants, although they were unable to move due to their roots, the plants that drew energy from the earth had an endless supply of ammunition. Perhaps they were unable to be as fearless as the brainless zombies, but at the very least, when the warriors in front of them fearlessly blocked their opponents, they could drown their opponents with countless cannon fire. Soon, the fierce cannon fire of the plant army caused a gap in the zombie army's battle line. When the plant's counterattack was about to begin, someone couldn't sit still anymore. Death will. Undead race collective speed up. Thus, when the mastermind realized that the zombie army wasn't in a good situation, he took action. He used up the last army command. When the black mist spread, all the zombies began to increase their speed in a frenzy. Not only did the frenzied zombies increase their speed, but the will of death also increased their fighting spirit. They were so frenzied that they began to dig out their intestines and throw them at their enemies. Protection of the forest and sunlight. Within 30 minutes, the attack speed and vitality of all plants will be doubled. Following the orders of the plant army's commander, the pea shooters' bullets formed a line, while the durian heavy cannons and watermelon grenadiers' firepower was even fiercer. The entire front line was filled with explosions, and countless zombies were blown into the sky. In the end, the zombie army could only helplessly choose to fight a battle of attrition with the plant cannons that were even more berserk than before. When the newly born cherry of rage jumped out and started self-destructing in a frenzy, blowing up the zombie army's main force, the berserk zombie army no longer had the combat power to break through the enemy's firing line. In the end, I had no choice but to kill the rest of the zombies under the fierce artillery fire. Winner, Great Wizard Amelia. As the brilliance dissipated, the battlefield in front of them turned back into a gigantic chessboard. The zombies' chess pieces were dim, while the plants' chess pieces were covered in a white brilliance, as if they were ready to make a move. This is currently the most popular Magic chess game, Zombies vs. Plants series. Of course, the inventor and producer is me. What we are playing isn't a regular game, but a simulation of a real battle that has certain requirements for the user. As for the normal version sold to the public, it only uses small chess pieces made of magic oak, which isn't nearly as nimble as this realistic fantasy. By the way, due to the fact that in less than a month there were already 4 different versions of this game, and it has already started to be sold to other countries, this series is also known as the Vampire Swindler who sells zombies. Sigh, this new version is still too unbalanced. Even if the zombies have the advantage in numbers, their chances of victory are still too low. The plant's explosions are too strong, and charging into the front line of fire would consume too much of their military strength. Looks like there's still a need to tweak the balance. And in the next version, let's reduce the firepower of the German droll faction. Losers really do know how to find excuses. Why don't we add 2 new chess pieces for the zombies, a bone dragon and a lich? However, those wouldn't be zombies, and they wouldn't be considered as Zombies vs. Plants 3 Sword and Magic Edition. Forget it, names are just as important as integrity, so it doesn't matter. Let's just add them in the next version. Up to you. Based on the rules of balance, in order to satisfy the consumers, both sides have to add troops of the same tier. If you add a lich, I add a demon world spirit grass. If you add a bone dragon, I add a bloodthorn wall. In the end, I will still be the winner. Amelia smiles brightly. To be able to win against me twice a day, she loves this game to death. However, can this really allow me to understand the secrets of life and enter a new stage? Although it is enjoyable, why do I feel like I don't understand anything at all? After inventing this game together with me, she became addicted to it. Along the way, we invented Zombies vs. Plants Tower Defense Edition, Zombies vs. Plants King of Fighters Edition, Zombies vs. Plants World of Warcraft Edition, and a series of other money-scamming games. After playing happily for the past few days, she finally remembered the root of everything, raising her ability to create things. Thus, facing this doubt that she finally remembered, I smiled. Of course, I can't. This is just a pure game. All right, put away your man-eating flower, let me explain. You liar, playing with me again, toying with my feelings again. I will never listen to you again. After realizing that she was fooled again, the shrieking Amelia becomes hysterical. Her phoenix eyes shine with frenzied blood tattoos, and her long hair starts to turn into plants. Blood sprouts start to grow along the ends of her hair. The domain of plants is expanding. Soon, it will probably be a real-life version of Zombies vs. Plants. As a zombie who is about to be beaten up, I feel a lot of pressure. However, I have a trump card. I'll give you 1/10 of the money from selling the game. Bet how much? The original version of this game is already selling well. As long as our manufacturing skills keep up, adding up the various money-scamming versions, we will definitely be able to give you a few 100,000 gold coins. All right, just a second ago, it was a storm. In the next second, everything calms down. That frenzied which from before disappears without a trace. What is left is a gentle senior who is quietly sipping on red tea and smiling at me. This isn't because Amelia is greedy for money, but because the job of mage is a money-burning commodity. The higher the level of a mage, the more bottomless their pockets are. Of course, archmages can also sell their products to earn a huge profit. Not to mention that Amelia is an experimental maniac. She doesn't have the ability to manage budgets. She also doesn't have much time to think about the returns of her products. Even if she occasionally earned some money, she would immediately invest it into new experiments. Thus, she is exceptionally friendly toward sponsors. Now that she hears that there is money to be made, she immediately turns into a business model for spendthrift people. Wrong? She's a sponsor, not a spendthrift? That's right. Amelia is someone who casually invests without considering the expected returns. To dare to invest in this frenzied mage who loses as much as she invests, isn't that a spendthrift? According to Marguerite, Amelia doesn't even have her own research department. It has already gone bankrupt. Later on, it was revealed that she embezzled public funds and was kicked out of her position as the truth overseer. Now, even her teacher's salary is being used to pay off her debts. It's quite strange for a semi-god mage to be in such a state. The mage country is filled with merchants who invest in new products. However, her reputation in the investment industry is so bad that she can't even scam many spendthrift people. She can only use her own students to do hard labor and run projects, using the students' small projects to support her research projects. Not to mention, this isn't just a game. These functional plant chess pieces should have given you plenty of hints. I don't believe that after these few days of training, your plant army planning and coordination have not improved at all. At the very least, you should have some inspiration and ideas for designing new plant army types. Amelia nods. This is the truth. Although it is still far from what I expected, it's not like she didn't gain anything. At our level, it's easier said than done to take another step forward. Be patient. Have I not done what I promised? Hearing me say that I will keep my promises, the teacup that Senior is holding in her left hand is crushed by her grip. Even though her right hand catches the falling teacup in time, and even though Senior is still smiling, judging from her trembling arms and twitching eyes, she is clearly on the verge of going berserk again. Junior, you really dare to say it. Back then, who was the one who said that we should throw away those boring ethical restraints and explore the mysteries of life together? I thought that I had found a rare confidant and was overjoyed. In the end, after you obtained all of my research materials, you disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Then a report letter was sent to the Truth Overseer's Parliament, almost causing me to be unable to stay in the Cloud Tower anymore. Did I do all of that back then? I'm sorry, reincarnation causes too much damage to my memory, so I can't remember. We should look forward and forget about those boring past events. Right. How did you settle it in the end? Forget? Of course I lied. Back then, this fellow had no limits. Even I, who doesn't have many limits, couldn't stand it anymore. If I don't make things difficult for her, who else should I make things difficult for? However, I am rather curious. Back then, I directly threw a report letter about her using students and living humans for experiments in the Truth Symposium's conference room. There were at least 5 Truth Overseers present, so how did she settle it? It's nothing much. Back then, my teacher helped me temporarily suppress it. Then, I killed a Truth Overseer who refused to let go of me and replaced him. Then, I paid a price to make the other Truth Overseers turn a blind eye to it. Damn it, if it wasn't for the fact that I can only use death row prisoners for my experiments, how could I have improved so quickly? You were only able to break through your limits because you were able to obtain experimental materials on the battlefield. As expected, you should collect as many experimental materials as you want. Hee, there are no annoying supervisors here. Her hysterical laughter makes my hairs stand on end. I know that she really will do as she says, so I hurriedly stop her. Of course, it's impossible to directly stop her, as she is someone who doesn't listen to advice. Do you have any suitable research topics right now? After collecting a large amount of experimental materials, we will most likely have to flee. It would be a waste to waste them on normal research topics. After 2 years, there will be countless experimental materials for you to choose from. Also, compared to humans who die easily, the tenacious beastmen are more suitable to be experimental subjects. For the next 2 years, you should just work on your theories and accumulate some temporary abilities. Hearing my words, she looks at me in a daze, and only after a long while does she speak. As expected, you are the one who understands me the best. When the others heard me say that they would either start to scold me or they would be scared to death, they wouldn't be able to understand how glorious a sacrifice it is to contribute to my research. You are still too soft-hearted to actually tell the truth to the experimental subjects. I usually just seal their mouths and throw them on the experiment table. As they scream, they go silent. Yeah, I am a girl after all, so I am too soft-hearted. Previously, that death row prisoner scolded me so harshly, but in order to prevent him from dying from the pain, I first anesthetized him before dissecting him. That anesthetic can at least be exchanged for a bag of new seeds. Hearing that, even if I go along with her words to make her happy, I wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Dissecting him alive and saying that she is soft-hearted. Isn't she afraid of divine punishment? Looks like she is still an extremely dangerous person who doesn't view other lives as humans. Her seemingly gentle appearance is just a cover for the madness in her heart. I still overestimated her bottom line and moral integrity. Cough, cough. Let's put aside the experimental topics for now and think about how to earn research funds. If we were to introduce this Zombies versus Plants, Sword and Magic edition to the market, what kind of improvements do we have to make? Actually, we can change our marketing strategy. It would be too stupid to sell all the chess pieces and chessboards at once. We can sell them separately. Let's hear the details. If the chess pieces aren't complete, wouldn't it be impossible to play? Would the users still be willing to buy it? Stupid. You can only put the basic chess pieces and the original chessboard in the set. If you want advanced and special chess pieces, you will have to spend money. Of course, advanced chess pieces can't break the balance too much. As long as they have a slightly unique appearance and characteristics, they can be sold repeatedly for money. Right, the original is called the basic pack, so we can call it the expansion pack. As long as we release a limited number of new expansion packs every year, we will be able to sell well every year. We can also add a lottery factor. Each expansion pack will have a special chess piece that will only appear when the other party swears to never play again. To target the younger players, we can also classify the rarity of the chess pieces. The more precious it is, the more it is worth showing off. I don't believe that we can't empty the pockets of children. Oh, I have a whole new level of respect for you. You are practically a business genius. The rumors of you not being good at management are just rumors. It's Marguerite criticizing me again. It's not that I'm not good at management, I'm just too lazy to do so. Furthermore, these are all things I use to fool the sponsors. Only by selling the results of a research several times and selling it to a few people can I make a killing. Looking at this gleeful bad mage, I finally understand why, despite her astonishing strength and her ability to make discoveries that could shock the world, her reputation in the investment world is still so bad. You can still be saved if you scam someone once. But if you scam someone for 100 to 200 years and scam thousands of people, it would be foolish for anyone to look for you to invest. It's despicable, but I like it. Let's earn a lot together. If this kind of action is targeted at a small number of people, it would naturally cause the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the gods. However, since it seems to be targeted at an uncertain market, there's no reason for me to give up on such a good idea. As expected, you are the one who understands me. All right, let's not talk about how many children were frightened by this sinister laughter of mine. Let's not talk about how this Zombies versus Plants, Sword and Magic edition was cursed by many while selling like hotcakes. The reason why I spent so much time creating this unconventional game wasn't just to earn money. Another round. This time, the zombies will definitely win. Is there anyone who wants to start a bet? Then, Mom, I want it too. Can you buy a set for me? Oak is fine. So the undead aren't that scary after all. They can't even defeat plants. At this moment, we were playing chess on an empty field in a plaza. We were surrounded by spectators. At this moment, the simplified version of Zombies versus Plants chess that we brought was already selling like hotcakes. The spectators bought the chess pieces, and they weren't satisfied even after watching one round. They were even more enthusiastic and wanted us to play another round. The consumers were God, especially the consumers who were willing to pay. And so, after chatting for a while on the stage, we started again. It's said that the Donglan Principality has the God of Law as its national religion. As long as one doesn't commit a crime, even demons and undead are accepted. It's said that even Droll has established his own academy in Definder for an undead mage's item to be displayed on the streets and even be sold as a product. Perhaps it's true. Can they accept mixed bloods? It's said that Definder has recently opened many new high schools that provide students with all sorts of powerful professions. Perhaps I can send my mistress there to study. Earning money was just a side effect. Displaying undead magic in broad daylight in a way that was acceptable to the world would allow the residents of Cheryl Autonomous Region to understand and accept the changes that had occurred in East Mist. That was my main goal for this job. Definder's newly established academies are recruiting students. They are providing specialized training for Droll, Engineer, Alchemist, Undead Mage, Law Knight, and other combat jobs. The number of slots is limited, so if you want to change your fate and life, don't miss this opportunity. Hurry up. We have the recruitment materials here. You can get them for free. The recruitment staff that I brought with me was making use of the time to shout and attract the attention of the spectators. There were already people who were willing to go to Donglan to take a look. Finally, the people who had been watching from the shadows couldn't restrain themselves any longer and walked out. Your Highness Roland, Lord Gagalal invites you over for a chat. These are his exact words. We have seen your sincerity. Perhaps it's time for us to talk about an alliance. After being mysteriously ignored for a week, on the third day that I started spreading the news to the citizens, I finally received an invitation from the Cheryl Lord. It seemed that there was something that needed to be discussed. Chapter 139. The alliance was agreed upon from the start. After all, without an invitation of sufficient weight, it is impossible for the upper echelons of a country to casually visit another country. It was only natural that I was given the cold shoulder. They only invited an ordinary diplomatic envoy, but I was the one who came. It was equivalent to setting a bait to catch a carp, only to catch a whale instead. Naturally, the fisherman was unable to accept it. It would have been fine if it was just an ordinary diplomatic exchange. However, the envoy from Donglan seemed to be plotting something big. The moment they entered the city, almost 100 carriages unloaded their goods at the plaza. Furthermore, they even announced that, thanks to Cheryl Autonomous Region's many years of help, we will be giving you gifts while repaying the debt. Every citizen can receive a small gift. Less than 300 small gifts were all snatched up in less than a day. However, the citizens who heard the news had already spread the news. Probably, everyone knew that Cheryl had come to Donglan's envoy, led by the legendary Prince Roland. A man's name was like the shadow of a tree. When this legendary figure who popped out from the legends suddenly paid a visit, the reception staff of Cheryl Autonomous Region panicked. Generally speaking, it was common sense for two countries to receive people of the same rank equally. It was also a form of respect for the host to be of a higher rank. For example, the sovereign of the host country could receive the leader of the other country. But if the other country's king came, it would be disrespectful for the host country to send a middle-tier leader to receive him. And this time, even though the one who came from the East Mist didn't have any jurisdiction, as the ancestor of the country's founding emperor, his status was even greater than that of the future Queen Rain. Even the feudal lords who had the bloodline of the Mist folk could only be considered his juniors or descendants. This was truly a headache. If Princess Renee were to come, it would already be giving her face if Lord Gagalal were to receive her personally. However, now that Valkyrie Roland is here, in terms of seniority, even Lord Gagalal's retired father isn't qualified. Could it be that they should dig out the founder of Cheryl Autonomous Region from his grave and point at him and say, "This is the majesty that you have been talking about. Only you are qualified to receive him." That's right, he's already said that we're on our own. So please don't treat yourself as his subject, and don't follow the etiquette of a subject. That's probably the only way to not be rude. It would have been fine if the diplomats of the Cheryl Autonomous Region were just looking for trouble. However, the upper echelons of the Cheryl Autonomous Region were truly depressed. They had only invited the envoy to discuss the possibility of an alliance to deal with the possible invasion of the Orc army. Why did this envoy suddenly appear out of nowhere, and in such a high-profile manner? By now, the whole of Cheryl knew that Donglan was here to discuss an alliance. How could they have a good relationship with each other? Now, Donglan had sent so many gifts and acted like something big was going to happen. However, there was no news from Cheryl at all. For the diplomatic alliance, one side came prepared, while the other side was completely unaware. This kind of negotiation was likely to fall into a passive position. They had already held a meeting for 3 days and had yet to come up with anything. But I was bored to death in the embassy. In the end, I decided to initiate the next step of the plan in advance and began my own soft propaganda. At this stage, Gagalal finally made up his mind. Nothing could be discussed behind closed doors, so he might as well invite the person himself over. Just as I entered the territory lord's residence, and was about to give the other party a surprise before I could even sit down, the other party surprised me first. According to the information, Gagalal Haber was a fatty. The muscular man in front of me with his upper body bare and the eagle tattoo on his chest that seemed lifelike as he breathed was definitely not him. Respected Lord Roland, I am Gauss, the son of the chief of the eagle tribe, Caro. I represent my father and the tribe to greet the immortal. The warm handshake of the barbarian, if it was on the mountain, it would have been a hug, wasn't easy to bear. In front of it too. For meter-tall giant, I seemed like a bean sprout. Being able to withstand the innate brute force that came along with the warmth was also an important factor for the barbarians to judge if the other party was worth befriending. This strength, it should be 18 points of strength. To have such strength at silver rank, how scary. As expected of a battle tribe whose members are all of the bronze bloodline. However, for me, who had over 20 points of strength, it couldn't even be considered strenuous. No matter how you pinched me, it would only hurt your hand. As expected, in the end, Gauss was the one who let go of his hand first, and even shook it with all his might. Gagalal walked over with a smile and saved him in time. Your Highness, Roland, welcome to the Cheryl territory. I am the leader of this territory, Gagalal. 300 years ago, my ancestors were still your subjects. Your arrival is the greatest surprise and honor for us this year. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. At this moment, I was trying my best not to laugh out loud rudely. Gagalal's round belly, short stature, fishman-like ears, and bulging eyeballs were just like what was written in the information. He really did look like a frog that was standing up straight. Facing the other party's enthusiasm, I smiled. 300 years ago, were we a family? Then, are you willing to become a family 300 years later? If the purpose of building an army was to raise one's combat power immediately, then education would be to nurture the culture and the foundation of a country in the long run. In this world, it wasn't just an empty saying that knowledge was power. However, building an advanced academy to nurture the growth of a job was the embodiment of a country's foundation, history, and overall strength. The reason why the mage country was hard to deal with was due to the large number of mage academies in the country. When mages who were known to be difficult to deal with and top-tier mages who had stepped into the realm of immortals chose a place to research, no one would be foolish enough to provoke them. The reason why Olivia traveled thousands of miles to the Ottoman Empire to study was because the Ottoman Empire was famous for its alchemy. Furthermore, their alchemy academy nurtured countless master alchemists and attracted countless alchemists to study under them. This, in turn, allowed the Ottoman Empire to take the lead in the field of alchemy. Now, apart from the training barracks, Definder was also building various academies, such as the Gardening Academy, Definder's Life Medicine Academy, the Pet Breeder Training Academy, the Nanxiang Law Academy's East Mist branch, and the West City Mechanical Engineering Academy. If one were to judge them based on their names and think that they were normal academies, they would be gravely mistaken. The full name of the German Gardening Academy was the Droll Academy of Forest Warfare, also a horticultural crash course. We also taught how to grow plants. The lecturers were all the leaders of the various Droll factions. In other words, many of the lecturers were extremely dangerous fugitives who were wanted in the entire continent. The Droll faction was viewed as an enemy by all the major human kingdoms. They usually lived isolated lives in the mountains and forests. However, the Droll faction had a unique and fast way of communicating with the various factions. With Eaglestorm's guarantee, many fugitives were willing to try their innocent lives. It was a mystery what kind of disciple such a dangerous master would teach. At the very least, from the very start, I met with a soft rebuff from the bad-tempered Droll. What? You want to cultivate a new type of plant that can withstand the winter and cold? Do you know why we became fugitives in the first place? It's because we want to punish those bastards who go against the laws of nature. Are you sure you want us to help you cultivate such abnormal life forms? We will really beat you up. However, when I raised my request, as expected, I received a reply that didn't give me any face. In the midst of his anger, Eaglestorm's reply could be considered to be very honest. Lord, I don't think there is anyone who can do it. We can allow the plant to mature earlier, even allowing it to mature twice a year under our catalysis. This is a privilege granted to us by nature. However, to fundamentally change the characteristics of a species, this is unnatural, and we are definitely unable to do it. In theory, as long as he is a droll, he is unable to do it. We must follow the laws of nature. For something that goes against the laws of nature, we can only look for the dark droll. If the droll was the public enemy number one in the land, then the dark droll who had fallen to the side of chaos were the lunatics who believed in chaos. They also believed that being unnatural was a mistake, but the dark droll was far crazier in every aspect. A man-made city was doubtlessly unnatural. Ordinary droll would pursue a life far away from the city. More often than not, they would retaliate in anger when a forest was invaded. Meanwhile, the dark droll would attempt to create a hurricane or flood to destroy the city. The craziest part of the dark droll was that they denied the existence of the gods. They believed that the divine concept itself was meaningless and that the existence of the gods' churches was a sin. They believed that all natural elements should be returned to their origins. Difficult to understand? Then let me give you an example. The dark droll believed that the sea god shouldn't exist because a conscious controller of the sea was a threat to nature. That was why the dark droll would try to attack the priests of the sea god church whenever they had the chance. In reality, not only would the sea god church be attacked, almost all of the churches of the gods would be on their blacklist. That was why the gods of both sides unanimously gave the name of the dark droll to these radicals. Furthermore, they were still frequently on the wanted list. The gods could still tolerate Donglon giving the green light to the droll. However, if they were to provoke the dark droll, they would immediately be suspected of their stand and would suspect if Woomians had gone mad. All right, in the end, I had no choice but to give up. Fortunately, Amelia's arrival prevented me from coming into contact with the dangerous dark droll. The Virtue Garden Academy also obtained their most capable principal. What? Those little droll who didn't want to be disciplined? I didn't see it. Oh, on that day, I beat up all of the teachers. I should be one of them. From the principal to the teachers, they all had such violent tendencies. This garden academy, which was supposed to be harmonious and friendly, would probably nurture a large number of violent people. Based on what I knew, the Virtue Garden Academy was the most normal one among the many academies that were about to start their classes. The principal of Definder's Life Medicine Academy, I was the one who came up with the name, was Heloise, nicknamed Little Black. I was the one who came up with the name. Other than teaching modern medicine, it also taught various kinds of necromancy. It was probably the first necromancer academy to operate openly in the kingdom of the living. In fact, I was also a guest professor of this academy's necromancer creation faculty. Its plague course was probably the best in the world. After all, it had Kakana and a bunch of super undead alchemists overseeing it. All right, just because of this, the Holy Church had already sent out a stern warning, and many countries had protested against it. However, I mercilessly threw all of this into the pile of old papers. Anyway, we no longer had any contact with each other, so you can protest all you want. As for the Pan-Continent Anti-Undead Treaty, I had always thought that treaties that I didn't sign were useless. Nanxiang Academy of Law's Donglon branch campus was needless to say. It was nothing more than the surface version of the main campus of the underground world. However, due to Kolos being the signboard girl and Shuedi being the honorary principal, their enrollment this year had far surpassed the other academies. West City's mechanical engineering faculty was mainly divided into two major faculties, the Gnome Self-Destruction Faculty and the Gnome Death-Seeking Faculty. The headmasters of the faculty were the Self-Destruction Masters of the Gnome Engineering Faculty and the Gnome Death-Seeking Masters of the Gnome Engineering Faculty. All right, I admit that the above is just my personal bias and nonsense, but I've always felt that this is the most fundamental characteristic of this faculty. All right, that was all for the introduction of the academy. What? There was still a lack of a pet breeder training school? All right, in the end, I couldn't ignore the past. Let me give a simple introduction. Bei Feng, the principal of the pet breeder training school. What he taught was various tricks to get along with beasts. There shouldn't be much to say about the rest. Back then, when I saw this proposal, I almost stuffed Bei Feng into the main cannon of the Borealis and sent him out of Aichi with a single shot. However, this was the reward he requested for miraculously completing the Winter Wolf taming mission. Furthermore, it had already been proven that in the northern lands, where magical beasts were everywhere, Bei Feng's abilities might really be the most important to be taught. In the end, under the temptation of power, I could only helplessly compromise. However, in order to avoid being an eyesore, I left this academy in the outskirts of the city. As for their office building, I arranged for them to be in the abandoned Big Ben clock room, which was more than 10 floors high. It was a perfect place for them to train their bodies. You want strong warriors? Sure, go and train them yourself and groom them. You intend to send out your troops just by building a military camp? The galactic war next door is calling for you. All right, since the system complained that building a military camp was unable to send out troops, I would just build an academy to groom the backbone of the future. In any case, by throwing a person in a few years later, wouldn't I be able to obtain a strong troop type? There wasn't much of a difference from building an unscientific military camp. It was just that the cycle was longer and the investment was higher. And now, while I was discussing important matters with the Lord of Cheryl and the Barbarian Prince, my entourage should have followed my instructions and spread the recruitment brochures of these academies across the entire Cheryl Autonomous Region. They should be traversing through the small paths in the countryside and making a ruckus in the city's plaza, doing their best to attract this year's freshmen. Of course, there was also the possibility of them fighting over the freshmen. Mixed bloods are being discriminated against? Don't worry, madam. There wasn't such a thing in our Donglan previously. Now, with the forbidden spell of the Sinless City as a guarantee, why would your son be bullied? Right, please accept this leaflet. My serial number is on it. If you bring this to the West City Mechanical Engineering School to register, you can save 5 gold coins in school fees. No, I didn't take any commission, really. All right, madam, I really admire you. All right, I will save 7 gold coins in school fees, but you have to introduce me to other students. For every student that you introduce, I will give you a commission of 2 gold coins. The Goblin Kabbalah was currently the number 1 in terms of performance because he had already recruited dozens of students. The current him could just sit down and count his money. Does the Alchemy Academy have any? I want my daughter to learn alchemy, but we don't have any decent Alchemy Academy here. There really isn't any, but you can consider letting your daughter register for the Definder Life Medicine Academy. Their epidemic prevention faculty, the name that the plague faculty advertises to the public. Head Master Kakana is a legend rank alchemist. Her 2 apprentices are legend rank alchemists as well. With their guidance, your daughter will definitely become a superior alchemist. All right, a young lady whose goal was to become an alchemist, under the deceit of a student recruitment trafficker, ended up walking the path of a necromancer. Donglan's best Fleet Command Academy is recruiting new students. Do you want to become the new admiral and have a harem of countless warships? Welcome to the soon-to-be-established Donglan 1st Royal Navy Academy. All right, no matter how hard Kenai's father, Sample Papin, tried his best to advertise, the number of students he recruited was destined to be the lowest. But now he only managed to recruit 2 future black admirals who refused to admit that they were black-skinned, and it was apparent that they had some sort of cognitive impairment. The reason? Donglan Principality is a landlocked country, so it doesn't have a navy. Most people would probably think that he was joking. Of course, the crux of the problem lies in the fact that I wouldn't allow him to say that the Donglan Navy is currently under construction. It was already confirmed that he was first from the bottom, so the second from the bottom would probably be the Garden Academy. To those who didn't know the truth, the name of this Garden Art Academy was overly artistic, and it might not be able to fill their stomachs in the competition for jobs in the future. But to those who understood the situation, sending themselves or their children to be groomed by a wanted criminal to become the public enemy of the continent, droll, was obviously a little unexpected. What made me the most speechless was the recruitment method of a certain Draken. He didn't even prepare any recruitment materials. All he did was hold a few banquets and barbecue parties in the plaza, and then chat with the guests who were of the same wavelength as him. Somehow, the number of students he recruited rose to second place. Hey, you already have so many students. Why don't you split it between us? Let me take a look at the rankings. It seems that we do have more than 20 free students. How about this? 100 gold coins each. You can take it if you want. It was no wonder that they were working so hard to recruit students to the point where there were already signs of them selling their students. After all, I intended to use their recruitment results to calculate the budget for the various academies next year. This was a huge sum of gold coins. Such a situation didn't only happen in Cheryl. The recruitment of students from all over Donlon had already begun before we set off. From a certain standpoint, I wasn't greedy for short-term effects. Instead, I was working hard to change this weak country from its roots. Of course, I had my own plans for the recruitment of students from Cheryl by throwing out a huge sum of gold coins to increase the motivation of the recruitment staff. At this moment, I was in a conference room looking gleefully at the two officials of other countries who were in a daze. What made them pale in fright, disregarding diplomatic etiquette, were the two pictures in front of them. One of them was the barbarians' holy land, O'Sullivan Peak. In the picture, the peak had already turned into ruins, surrounded by the flames of war. On the other hand, the picture in front of Gagalal was a picture of the Cheryl Autonomous Region. There wasn't any so-called autonomous region there, just a barren land filled with dense trees. Without my existence, there wouldn't be the rise of the Donlon Principality. There wouldn't be any reinforcements from Donlon. The mixed bloods might not be able to persist in finding Cheryl. There wouldn't be any Cheryl Autonomous Region. I could understand such logic, but in the eyes of the leader of the Cheryl Autonomous Region, what it represented was terrifying. Could it be that Cheryl has been completely erased, to the point where there isn't even a trace of it left? These two pictures are pictures of the future that I obtained through my prophecy ability. In the name of the Holy Light, I can vouch for their authenticity. You can take a close look at what will happen to the land of your people in the future. After that, think about it carefully before you answer my suggestion. Looking at the two leaders whose faces turned pale in an instant, I smiled gleefully. Chapter 140. If it was just the first time I met that lord, it would be hard to imagine that he would be a famous figure in history. Beneath his bright golden hair was a handsome and cheerful face, and he always had a kind smile on his face. Even in front of servants like us, he spoke softly without a trace of arrogance, and he didn't have the so-called royal aura that those nobles loved to talk about. He spoke his mind directly, and sometimes he would even lower his head shyly and think deeply, just like a young boy who had just started working. The moment he spoke, everything changed. In the negotiations that decided the fate of the three countries, from the very start, the situation was completely controlled by that young boy. Silver Fox of Shar, Lord Gagalal, and War God of Sid, Lord Gauss are undoubtedly outstanding heroes, and history has proven their astonishing intelligence and strength. However, in the negotiations with His Highness Roland, they behaved like children who had just started their careers. In the end, the situation was completely controlled by His Highness. But from a certain perspective, perhaps it was also because of this that the new Northland Alliance, with the alliance of the three countries as the cornerstone and Donlon as the core, was able to rise so quickly. From the memoirs of the Secretary of the Shar, Lord's Residence, Kasola. This is absolutely impossible. You are all lying. This is definitely a forgery. No matter how real a forgery is, it can't prove anything. The surrounding mountains were so familiar, and just by looking at the familiar surroundings, it was without a doubt my hometown, Shar. However, it was different from the usual prosperity of Shar, and the portrait was of a barren land with nothing. There were no fools here, and Gagalol had already guessed it. If this portrait was real, it could only mean that there had never been a civilization here, or that the civilization had already disappeared with the wind. Furthermore, it had been completely destroyed and abandoned for at least a few hundred years before it could form such a barren land. Who do you think you are, and who does he think he is? Would he lie to you? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourselves? Take a mirror and look at yourself. Facing the doubts of the host, I rubbed my nose and smiled bitterly, but Amelia arrogantly scolded. Amelia, who had just jumped out, was undoubtedly very eye-catching. According to Shaywin's intelligence, she was undoubtedly just a mage accompanying the group. She didn't even have a robe or an emblem that represented her rank. She was probably a wild mage who wasn't certified. However, she was arrogantly scolding Gagalol. She didn't have the humility and caution that a member of the group should have. Amelia Milan. You might not have heard of this name, but the former truth overseer of Arledent should know of me. I haven't been out for 100 years. I don't know if the youngsters nowadays still remember me. Yes, they had definitely heard of it. Judging from the way they subconsciously pulled their chairs away to keep their distance when they heard this name, it was probably a notorious name that left a deep impression on them. Senior Amelia, may I ask what you've been up to recently? I felt helpless. No matter how ridiculous a shut-in girl who had stayed at home for several hundred years was, there was no way she could be so domineering. I haven't done anything recently. I've only accepted some commissions to do some small business. Was the Thorn Forest in the Bardi Empire you're doing as well? And the famous curse of deep sleep? The young clerk by the side suddenly interrupted, causing Amelia to smile gleefully. Of course, even though they are my relatives, they dared not to invite me to the little princess's birthday celebration. Thus I took my revenge. When that little girl was 16 years old, a thorn needle was placed on the spindle outside her room, and within it was the sleeping poison that I had prepared. Hearing this, I faintly felt that something that would ruin my worldview had happened. However, at this moment, Amelia was already laughing maniacally, gleefully. Ha! As expected, her finger was pricked and she fell into an eternal sleep. Initially, seeing that we are relatives, I didn't want to go too overboard, so I left a solution. They actually dared to send the night squadron to deal with me. They were practically courting death. Thus, I set up the Thorn Forest to trap all of them inside, causing those night squadron to starve to death. Is that the legendary kiss of true love? It's so romantic. It's practically a fairy tale like romantic love. Sometimes I really couldn't understand women. It was clearly a terrorist attack that nearly destroyed an entire kingdom, but in their eyes, it became a romantic legend. At this moment, the female clerk was looking at Amelia with a face full of worship. However, Amelia directly shook her head. True love? Little girl, magic isn't omnipotent, and a human heart is impossible to predict. If I knew who was true love and who was fake love, I wouldn't have been deceived so badly back then. At this point, a blood-red flash appeared in her eyes, and it was obvious that she was about to go berserk again. Her killing intent locked onto me, sending chills down my spine. Fortunately, she returned to normal in the next moment. It's just a small magic. I locked onto a specific target. Back then, I lost confidence in men and thought that they were only after the female body. Thus, in order to find a good and honest husband for little Nana, I set up a curse that only those who were interested in the female body could remove it. Yep, according to the common people, it should be called necrophilia. The pitiful little girl's pen and notebook fell to the ground in fright. How could she accept the truth of what was supposed to be a romantic and legendary love story being turned into reality in such a destructive manner? I left a message with a solution long ago. It was just a friendly little joke. Why are you still attacking me? Just find a necrophilia to solve the problem. If it wasn't for the fact that we're relatives, I would have long since gone to their doorstep. The delighted Amelia seemed to think that someone else was in the wrong. However, I felt that the Bardi Empire was already taking advantage of the fact that we were relatives by not declaring war on Arleden. I remember that Princess Fina Milan ended up marrying the prince who awakened her. Then, that prince became the previous emperor of the Bardi Empire, which means Gagalal hurriedly covered the clerk's mouth. How could he allow her to finish her sentence? The Bardi Empire was a mega-empire. If the news that the previous emperor was a necrophilia spread through the Bardi Empire, it would be a huge problem. Actually, the sleeping poison and the wall of thorns aren't my proudest creations. The Hill Kingdom's Ice Queen's poison apple is. I faintly guessed that the information I was about to hear would definitely destroy my worldview, but it was already too late to cover my ears. The Ice Queen has a good relationship with me. She specifically asked me for the poison apple, which has the same type of poison as the thorn poison. This time her target is still a necrophilia. But why are all the passing princes necrophilia? I really don't understand. Princess Snow White and 7-armed gold dwarfs. This is my favorite fairy tale. Please stop talking about it. You're ruining my childhood. All right then. Where should I start commenting from? Should I start with the passing necrophilia prince or the gold dwarven warriors? Amelia, can't you do something normal? Why do you always act as the antagonist in every fairy tale and then jump out to ruin my childhood? That Cinderella with small feet and the crystal shoe that only she can wear? Could it be that this time I'm the main character? Don't you know that there's a pumpkin carriage in the story? I'm the witch who created the carriage. Right, the prince this time isn't a necrophilia, but a foot fetish. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to remember Cinderella's face and insist on using the shoe to test it out. He even caused me to intentionally leave the shoe behind. As expected, all princes are a bunch of perverts. Do you have such a huge grudge against the princes? Marrying a prince on a white horse is every girl's dream. That's how I was scammed back then. Now, the facts tell us women that all princes are a bunch of bastards and perverts. It's a pity that no publishing company dares to publish The Truth About Princes with detailed data and rich examples. Those cowardly bastards. Even though they are facts that I personally experienced, they aren't even willing to pay for it to be published. All right, this destroyer of childhood actually intends to publish a book to completely destroy the prince's image in the eyes of the world? Just how much hatred does she have? Thus, after understanding why Amelia is so notorious, after Gagalal and the others heard his name and retreated far away from him, as the only human prince present, as the originator of this grudge, I unhesitatingly retreated far away from him. Let me tell you clearly. In the circle of semi-gods and true gods, the Undying Roland is much more famous than me. You think that he is lying to you? Think about what you have that is worth him lying to. The Undying Roland. This is the first time I have heard of this title. Haven't I been killed many times already? And it means that you are similar to that black thing, unable to be killed no matter what. Even if you are killed, a few decades later, you can jump out again to stir up trouble. Although not dying easily is a characteristic of the strong, you're probably the only one who is able to resurrect after having your body and soul destroyed. For someone like you who holds a grudge and isn't scrupulous, the most important thing is that you are unable to be killed no matter what, and you have to constantly be on the lookout for revenge. No one would want to provoke you. All right, hearing this, I paused for 2 seconds. As expected, the system jumped out. Ding! The semi-god honorary title, Undying Roland, has been obtained. After equipping it, there isn't much effect. This time it is really just a title. At most, it can scare people. It isn't a product of the system, so there isn't any special effect. However, I can help you add a layer of illusion of a cockroach on you turning you into a Martian with a cockroach. Do you want to try? Are there cockroaches on Mars? System, continue bullshitting. Do you think that I didn't study before I transmigrated? I am obviously an octopus alien. Returning to the main topic, this negotiation has been disrupted by Amelia. No matter what Gagalol and Gauss had prepared, no matter how they agreed on advancing and retreating together, it is inevitable that they will waver. From a certain perspective, bringing Amelia to the negotiation is indeed a brilliant move. Even if we didn't discuss it beforehand, seeing that the other party has agreed on advancing and retreating together, one of us plays the good cop and the other plays the bad cop, throwing a chain of information bombs to disrupt the other party's arrangements, thus winning the initiative in the negotiation. When we make use of the other party's unequal information to create an unequal situation, we create an illusion that it doesn't matter whether we negotiate or not. In fact, it matters. On the other hand, the other party is facing an unknown prophecy of destruction, so naturally they need more information. This is a secret that absolutely no one knows about. The one on the image should be me. My ultimate talent, War God Incarnation. It allows me to sacrifice everything before returning to the embrace of the War God and transform into an invincible war giant. This is a legendary talent of the ancient barbarians. Even my father doesn't know about it, so it is impossible for him to know about it from other sources. This doesn't just mean that the end of the world is coming, but that the end of the world is coming very soon. You actually appeared in the prophecy? It seems that the end of the world is coming much faster than expected. Why don't we talk to that Lord Roland? Don't you suspect that he lied to you? Hearing this, the Silver Fox, who will become famous for his intelligence in the future, smiled bitterly. Just as that crazy witch said, "What kind of people are we? And what kind of person is that Lord? Is it worth it for him to lie to us personally?" I was thinking too much. What we need to do now is to seize the opportunity to repair our relationship with him. I can feel that he is a little dissatisfied with us. Yes, tell your men to prepare a generous gift. We will personally visit him tomorrow. Chapter 141. Looking up from the Shewin Valley, one could see the sun shining down from the clouds. The surrounding mountains were so tall that they pierced through the clouds. It was precisely these mountains that created this rare warm granary in the Northlands. Nature's uncanny workmanship created this land of natural miracles. The mountains and forests blocked out the cold winds and winds, while the rain and underground rivers brought rich nutrients to the land, creating this rare granary in the Northlands. The Northlands wasn't a land that produced food. In other places, one harvest per year was already the limit. But here, with the help of mages, it was possible to have 3 harvests per year. Not only that, due to the abundance of nutrients and a suitable climate, the quality of the crops here was also quite high. This was also the reason why we absolutely had to come here. The cultivation of new crops couldn't be separated from the actual planting process. 10 years of effort in other regions would only be enough to select 10 generations of improved crops, but here it would be at least 30 generations. The difference between 1 generation of improved crops would be enormous, and the difference between 20 or so generations would be even greater. Can't you directly use magic to accelerate the ripening process? I really don't know how you managed to pass the life theory exam back in the day. Using magic to accelerate the ripening process and growing real crops are 2 completely different things. Magic infused with the will of the caster will directly distort the growth of the plant. If you want to see a normal life's growth process, you have to do it step by step. You still don't know how he passed the exam? It was all because of cheating. If it weren't for his amazing cheating skills, he would have long since failed most of his classes and directly been expelled from school with that wooden brain of his that was basically zero comprehension of the elements. After waking up from her long hibernation, Heloise entered a phase where she was overly energetic. She was currently bad-mouthing me while lying on my head and pulling on my hair to make a fur ball. Teacher Heloise, with your current appearance, could it be that your physical body's form will affect your soul? The silly cat suddenly paused upon being reminded of this. Only then did she realize that her behavior was no different from a real cat's. She immediately covered her face with her paws and was speechless. Puffed, of course not. Her cat form is only one of her disguises. She's just addicted to pretending to be a cat. Silly cat, you actually dared to bite me. All right then, after I used reality to show her what it meant to cause trouble from the mouth, Heloise used her actions to show me what it meant to become angry from embarrassment. A pet cat dares to ambush its master? Are you rebelling? Damn cat! You haven't ruled the world yet. The silly cat and I immediately started fighting each other. Just as I was about to obtain victory by relying on my size, I heard Amelia's faint voice. Your relationship is really good. Who would be on good terms with him, her? All right then, at the very least, we agreed on this point. In order to prove this point, and in order to make Heloise's explanation the truth, I grabbed the cat by its neck and spun it around 18 times in hell. As expected, I received a delightful screech, followed by a stunned dead cat. Compared to the past, the awakened silly cat's mimicry had become more realistic. From her appearance, she had evolved from a meow alien cub into an adult black cat. Her originally withered cat fur had become glossy and smooth. After successfully devouring the semi-god equipment, Dark God's breath of death, Heloise had finally begun to display her potential as a top-notch magic pet. While her appearance had become more luxurious and elegant, the silly cat had undergone an even more profound transformation in a more concealed location. Magic pet. Heloise, mother of greed. Race. Special slime. Strength. 14. Agility. 10. Stamina. 35. Intelligence. 30. Will. 25. Charm. Undetermined. Job. LV 37 Mage. Overall evaluation. Position. Race ability. Special transformation. Legendary. Splinter greed. Subbody. Legendary. Talent ability. Special transformation, legendary. Transforming into a harmless cat is her weakest ability. She can choose a weapon form to transform. Currently, there are 2 forms available for you to choose. Staff, Breath of Death, Magic Sword, Pseudo, Pale Justice. Talent ability. Splinter Greed Subbody, legendary Splinter, a small greed subbody. This subbody inherits a portion of Heloise's abilities and attributes. As long as it is within a certain range, this subbody will be completely under Heloise's control, acting as her eyes and ears. Current number of splits: 15417. When one is unlucky, people tend to think that the black cat that brings misfortune is everywhere. However, for Heloise, it is not difficult to be everywhere. She will always turn into a crow/black cat form to mock your bad luck. System evaluation. This is your magic pet. However, she is constantly thinking about how to rebel within the limits of the contract. Don't be fooled by her appearance. As a master mage, even if she only has the strength of a bronze rank, she is still able to easily deal with those gold rank rookies. Furthermore, her extremely high basic attributes and shape-shifting ability allow her spells to be even more hidden and dangerous than before. System evaluation 2. She is far from being as weak and powerless as she appears to be. As for why she is hiding her strength, do you still need me to explain? Perhaps she is very satisfied with your recent interactions, so she has decided to let you live after she succeeds in her rebellion. So what are you waiting for? While you still have the upper hand, take care of this foolish meow alien. The quality of the death breath scepter that is only in its epic form has obviously decreased. Furthermore, the power of death that has been devoured has caused Heloise to become dangerous and powerful. Looking at the stats of the various abilities on the interface, looking at the increasing number of greed subbodies, I am starting to suspect that if I were to fall out with her and have a serious one-on-one fight with her, the one who would emerge victorious in the end would most likely not be me. Putting aside the fact that she thinks that she has concealed her strength well, she has long exposed her true strength. I am also enjoying bullying the darned cat so blatantly. Despite having strength, she could only take out a notebook to record down her current situation in order to make me overlook her own fighting prowess. In terms of strength, Heloise's experience and knowledge are what we rely on the most at the moment. Furthermore, she was the one who helped us choose the first batch of crops. Of course, the more important reason is that Amelia and I lack common sense and limits in our research, so we need her to check and correct us. I have a good idea. Let's plant rice on a frog with moist skin, allowing animals and plants to coexist. I have even thought of a name for it. It's you. Wondrous frog seed. Rejected. Putting aside the technical difficulty, the frog would probably die in a few days. Also, how are those things going to reproduce? Then let's plant it on a zombie. I heard that the rotting flesh of the dead is very nutritious to plants. Rejected. Who would dare to eat something like zombie rice? Then, if you dare to say zombie rice or zombie biscuits, I will smear your face with slime. All right, I will go back and think about it. Should I say that, as expected of an expert, I thought that Amelia would be the same as me, viewing it as an interesting project and trying out the latest technology. In the end, she is the one who deals with it by the book. Special Huter barley, special Sierra rice. That's it. Yeah, the first batch of 27 types of mutated plants. We need to find the ones that are most compatible with the cold-resistant genes, as well as the ones that have the strongest adaptability to dry and frozen environments. After obtaining the most adaptable type, I will use magic to mutate it and choose the best mutation to enter into the second generation. Mutation isn't something that can be done in a day. Even with the greenhouse technology you provided, the most we can do is to speed up the replacement process. For the safety of ordinary people, we need to be careful. Why are you looking at me so strangely? Did I say something wrong? I hurriedly shake my head. You didn't say anything wrong, but it doesn't match your image. Use a grateful heart to thank Mother Earth for her blessings and treat her blessings cautiously. Back then, when I was a saintess in the Church of Earth God in Zydril, my teacher taught me this. What a pity. Saintess? Or is it the saintess of the Church of Earth Mother, who has a surprisingly good reputation? I can't help but sigh at Amelia's colorful past. I am a little curious as to how she got to where she is today. A pity? A pity that she was deceived by a man. As a saintess of the Church, she lost her chastity and was naturally expelled from the Church. The worst part is that that man abandoned her and said to her, I was just playing with you. Men are naturally interested in the identity of a saintess, but you aren't even a saintess now, so how can I give up my honor to fool around with you? Not long after that, my teacher committed suicide. She died such an unhonorable death and was treated as a stain on the Church of Earth God. Even I, as the successor saintess and adopted daughter, was unable to attend her funeral. It can be said that her reputation was completely ruined. Beneath those casual words is a bone-piercing hatred. Did you take revenge for her? I killed that man's entire family, but he managed to escape. Even now, I still can't do anything to him. Now? He's still alive? Dragon Hunter Damos. He's the first-generation Damos, his adopted son. I've already killed the second-generation Damos. One day, This isn't the first time I've heard of this name. Isn't this the same name Marsalet's enemy? Recalling the information I obtained from the old Ottoman emperor, I chuckle. I'll plant some grass of undying in his bones and cut off a piece of his flesh every day to feed him. Amelia's eyes are bloodshot as she says the torture she imagines in her mind. It's obvious that she's on the verge of losing control. However, I pat her on the shoulder. There'll be a day when you take revenge. I'll help you. I'll make his death even more unhonorable and despairing than your adopted mother's. Amelia pauses in surprise for a moment before taking 2 steps back to increase the distance between us. She stares at me with a vigilant gaze. Stop trying to get close to me. You won't be any better off. I've already investigated your past. Although you've never had a confirmed relationship with a woman, nor have you ever toyed with a woman before, the women you've provoked definitely owe you more emotional debts than that bastard. I gape. Where did this rumor come from? I've been single for 3 lifetimes already. If I really have emotional debts, why would I owe them? Wouldn't it be better to just pay off my debt and get rid of my single status? I didn't. Humph, stop with your flowery words. You playboys are the best at hoping for women. Can you even remember how many women have cried for you? Right now, we're only in a cooperative relationship. Don't even think about obtaining my trust. All right then, I don't even know what to say anymore as I watch Amelia turn around and leave. Playboy, playboy. An old bachelor is actually being treated as a playboy. Uft. I'm dying of laughter. This silly cat is actually rolling around in laughter, making me want to throw her out. Yep, the next moment I did just that. The silly cat is rolling around in the air, but she's still shouting. I'm so dizzy. I hate this feeling. I'll be back. Humph. I hate cat aliens who know how to speak human language. I turn around and see a bunch of fawning faces. Lord, can we rest now? It's almost noon. No, continue working for me. This is your punishment. Of course, since it's an agricultural experiment, they're naturally hardworking farmers. At this moment, the farmers who are covered in mud and have been busy for an entire morning are a bunch of bosses from the various departments. Eagle Storm, I'm grateful for your support, but you can't do this even if you can't recruit students. Hearing that, the legendary Drool's face turns red. Yesterday, after they couldn't recruit students, no matter how hard they tried, under a certain person's creativity, they started to transform into bears, wolves, and other animals to play with the youngsters, carrying them around to increase their favorability. But as they ran under an indescribable primal drive, the famous specialty of Sulphur Mountain City once again appeared on the surface. Mom, what is that? Little bird? Little bird, your sister. It's obviously a small elephant. Ah. Hurry up and leave, don't look. Shuedi. Yesterday I heard that there are already people calling the law the Church of Naked Running. That boss, leave it to me. I will show you the innate farming skills of us Tauren. Our racial specialty is herbology, +5. Although I can understand why the Tauren would need such a racial talent, but perhaps it exists for today. Oh, I'm burning up, I want to work hard. After becoming a beef jerky, this fellow finally restrained himself for 2 days. But this time he is burning up at a new place and seeing this familiar wave of stripping. How can he restrain himself? As for Grimm and the bunch of goblins, when they started to demonstrate their mechanical assembly skills, I should have been lazy with them. Those holes in the mines still have to be filled up. As for Beifong, right, what did Beifong do? Why is he being punished here? Beifong, what did you do that day? My lord, I've been wronged. This is like flying snow in June. I was just chatting with someone, but everyone inexplicably brought me in. Ah, Beifong, you actually didn't do anything wrong? I'm sorry. I'm used to bringing you in as soon as I saw you. Then, I will deduct your punishment next time. Diana's apology isn't sincere at all, but the decision to deduct his punishment this time was unanimously approved by everyone. Obviously, no one thinks that Beifong wouldn't commit a mistake again. Impossible. Beifong actually didn't do anything wrong? Nonsense. It must be a smokescreen. How can he not do anything? Sigh. The world slandered me, bullied me, humiliated me, laughed at me, belittled me, despised me, hated me, and lied to me. So what? Just bear with it, let it be. Avoid it, bear with it, respect it, and ignore it. Just wait a few more years and see how it goes. In the end, facing the criticism of the crowd, the innocent Draken sighs. Leaving behind a sentence that makes people want to beat him up, he goes to accompany Shuedi, who is working hard.